thought I had the clip on, but that's okay. No. There's still stuff in it? Okay. Okay, good morning. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and get started. First of all, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I see a lot of faces in the audience that through this rulemaking process have given us a lot of great information, either directly or you fed it back to the different associations, and we really appreciated that information. And so what we're going to talk about today is the culmination of that hard work, and you guys equally participated in that, and we appreciate it. Special thanks to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court for allowing us to have this venue. That was very generous of them. It's quite interesting to be up here in the bullpen, so this will be quite a little different than what I'm used to. I brought two of my staff with me who also helped with this rulemaking process, Alec Castellano and Mark Olivier, and they'll be here also giving part of the presentation. I'm going to break it up a little bit for you guys, so you're not waiting until 11:30, 11:45 to ask questions. I'm actually going to we're going to talk about a couple of topics, have some questions, a couple more topics, have some questions, so on and so forth. I think that will break it up, and that way you're not like waiting to do it. I will ask that if you need to ask questions, if you could come to the front and use the microphones, and we've kind of left these spots open so you guys can come to the front and ask. Apparently this is being webcasted, so in perpetuity. So let's kind of go ahead and get started about what's going on, but that kind of will hopefully give you guys enough breaks, and that way you're not waiting for questions. They should have emailed you some handouts that will be helpful as we go through this process. If you didn't print them out or bring them or whatever, we have a few but limited number to hand out, and they're in the back. So, just the basics. Who's affected and when? What are the limitations? And what are those changes and how they've affected you guys? The scope of the new rule and what facilities are included and excluded. So we try to make that pretty clear for you guys. It's the Barnett Shale, and this is kind of an important distinction. It's 23 counties in the Barnett Shale. Hamilton County is not included. So if you look at our Barnett Shale webpage, it actually says 24 counties. If you look at the Railroad Commission, it says 24 counties. As we were going through this rulemaking process, we had already said 23 counties, and so we were locked into the 23. And so, and it's very specific about those counties. I was asked a question: if you're midstream, gas plant, producing, whatever it is, if you have a facility in one of these 23 counties, then this rule does apply to you. It's new projects, and it's going to be, it's going to include the registration of the new projects and the MSS. Unchanging sites will remain under their current authorization. There is no change for that. It's the same way we've been doing that for years. If you have a historical authorization, you get to keep it until you make a change. So, and it's always been that way. It's a little crazy with the dates, so this may take a moment for you to understand. The new rules always come into effect 20 days after it's been published in the Texas Register. We thought it was going to be February 22nd. Pretty much everywhere around the state was closed down on that Friday where Austin actually got snow. And so it didn't get published then. It was going to be February 22nd. By the time it got published, it's actually February 27th. The new rule will be in effect. So between February 27th and April 1st, you guys are under the new rule. It's subsection L. And subsection L is just the old rule. We actually took the old rule and we put it into the new rule under subsection L. So there'll be a brief period of time where any new projects, any new registrations will fall under subsection L. Then come April 1st, you will be subject through A through K for the rest of it. And the rest of the counties statewide, they're all going to use subsection L. So Some of the limitations, we did eliminate stacking. You need to have one registration per site. This way it's clear as to what exactly the emissions are at that site, what's clearly authorized, and what's going on. If there's unchanged facilities, you get to retain that existing authorization again. There's no change with that. Just it's only for things that are new. We are going to allow the sites that have case-by-case permits to use the permit by rule for their MSS. And that's kind of the only exception where I guess the stacking rule doesn't apply. And that's just because it's going to be a lot easier for you guys if you have a case-by-case permit for a site to do your MSS under this PBR than it would be for you to come in and do a case-by-case MSS permit. It's just going to save you guys a lot of time and hassle, public notice, trying to decide the best way to go about it. Still no upsets, still no emergencies, that's Chapter 101, and no greenhouse gases are authorized under this rule. Some of the changes we've made, we try to make the definitions real clear. What are we doing? What's included? What is excluded? What's an oil and gas site? What are the facilities associated with that? With the new changes, what has happened is for you guys, you're just going to get a 352 registration. You will no longer also have to get a 512 and a 492 if you happen to have engines or flares. Your engines and flares will be all lumped under the 352, the new 352. So that's kind of one of the things we did that made it hopefully easier for you guys, that it's just you're working on one registration. You're only trying to comply with the one set of rules. Within the authorization mechanisms, we've got de minimis, the PBR, standard permit, and a case-by-case. We have 3 levels basically within the PBR. We call it a level 0. It's kind of a really minor sites, truly minor. They're not required to do registration. They just have to record keep, and they have to apply to some portions of the PBR. Then there's level 1 and level 2 of the PBR. There's specific requirements associated with that and the standard permit. We've kind of tried to mirror it in such a way that if you move from one authorization to the next, you can just stair-step right up, and that there won't really be any new requirements per se, so much as just how you comply with the new parts of the PBR. I had a thought and I lost it. And again, and if you do that, you have if you're subject to it, there's also protectiveness review associated with it. And as we get into it and we start talking about the protectiveness review, you'll understand a little bit more. In some cases, you'll have to do a protectiveness review. In some cases, you won't. One of the things that you need to understand with this new permit by rule is there's 3 steps basically that go on. There's the project that's happening. What is new? What are you changing? What's going on? Then there's the registration. And that's the bigger site that's going on. What else is going on? You may be adding an engine or a couple of fugitive components. That may be your project. But what else is there at the site with it? And then once you do that, depending on how meeting the impacts rules, you may or may not have to do impacts associated with it. When considering an oil and gas site located on continuous and adjacent properties under common controller ownership, under the same SIC code. It's the same things that you guys have been seeing. Hopefully this is nothing new, but we tried to make that clear. We very much wanted to eliminate the daisy chain effect because we know that that was a huge consideration for you guys, that somehow you were going to start getting tied into the next site because you've got fugitive components on a transmission or gathering pipeline. Hopefully we very much tried to eliminate that by saying if that's all you're connected and they're not operationally dependent, you can break your sites up that way. Again, as you move through it, there's the different levels. You look at what you're going to do, project, registration. There's also notification. There's 2 kind of notifications that are going to go on. The first one is the historical notification. We fondly refer to it as the hey, here I am. It's going to give you the opportunity to go in, basically give us the same core data information that you put on a core data sheet. You're going to tell us what historical authorization you have. your Latin Lounge, a few other questions, but pretty much pretty short and sweet and straightforward. So also, instead of actually trying to register the site before you build or make your changes, you actually are going to give us a notification. It's just going to be like, hey, we're going to do this project. Here's what we think it is. And then we're going to allow you up to 180 days after you actually make the changes to come in and register the project. So level 0's in section C, level 1's in section G, level 2 and H, and then the standard permit, and that's kind of where it goes. Again, the project is any physical or operational changes to an existing site. If your PTE increases, then that's a project. If you're adding pieces of equipment, that's a project. If you're building a whole new site, that's a project. And we're looking at facilities or groups of facilities that are operationally dependent. And that, again, that's to break up that daisy chain effect. We don't want, those fugitive components that are in the middle of a pipeline to be tying in two sites that would otherwise be considered operationally independent. But at the same time, we don't want you to be putting a glycol-dehy in the middle of a site because that is operationally dependent. So we're trying to make sure that it's like the site is truly registered and it's clear, but no daisy chaining of sites. Registration. After you figured out what your project is and you know what you're going to do, again, you got to go through the registration step. And operationally dependent, when you do your registration, you need to look at everything that you own within a quarter of a mile. We're not making you responsible for anybody else's equipment or emissions, just yours. Once you do that, though, the boundaries are fixed. Again, we fixed the boundaries. We're trying to eliminate the daisy chain. And so once you come in, you make that registration, you make that quarter mile, it's set in time. And that's just because one of the concerns was as you keep moving and doing things, your quarter mile will continue to shift, and we understand that that would be a logistical nightmare for you guys and for us. So, and then the site-wide emission limits of 25 to 50. For the existing unchanged sites, no new changes. You are still required to meet MSS by January 5th, 2012. You'll submit notification per subsection F, and you get to maintain your current authorization. It'll just be your MSS. They'll be under the new rule. When you do your protectiveness evaluation, you're only going to do it for the impacts for each air contaminant. So you may have to do it for benzene, but not have to do it for NOx or CO. So there's a potential that it's only for that. And we're only doing it on the 4, and that's NOx, CO, H2S, and benzene. And one of the things that we found out is that if you can prove protectiveness for benzene, you shouldn't have to do it for natural gas, crude, or condensate. So we've just eliminated it for that one key emission contaminant. So MSS only claims. It's, again, only for the MSS operations. You can register with them before January 5th, 2012. After that, it's mandatory. And then once you do that, you've established emission limits based on both annual and hourly for level 1, 2, in your impacts review. The only one that really has an annual limit is benzene, and that's because the ESL for benzene is lower, the annual level is lower than the hourly limit. So there are other annuals, but when it comes to impacts, that's the one you'll have to be considered. Let me clarify that for a second. We did exclude certain operations, sour water strippers, carbon dioxide hot carbonate processing, water injection, rail car ships, barge loading, solid waste incinerators, water and soil remediation. You can do these, you just have to find another authorization mechanism. It's not through the permit by rule or standard permit. Water and soil remediation, 534, PBR 106, 534, that's fine. You can go ahead and you can use that one. So, water injection facilities, 351. Again, for the old 352, for the existing registered sites and even unregistered sites within the Barnett Shale, and any new projects until February 27th, 2011. Again, this is start of construction. I don't think I emphasized that or even mentioned it. Your authorization takes into effect at the start of construction. We have a start of construction memo out on the web. It clearly defines what we consider start of construction. The day that that happened will determine what authorization mechanism you're under. So keep that in mind. So you can go ahead and try to claim the old rule before it goes away, but if you haven't started construction, it's whatever is on the books at that time. And then again, for everyone else outside of the Barnett Shale, it's the old rule, just in subsection L, and they can do their MSS under the old rules. And that we're going to go a little bit more about the permit by rule and standard permit. Again, we have this level 0, registration's not required. It's negligible emissions, and it has to be all facilities within the quarter mile have to meet this part of the rule, not including piping and fugitive components, again, avoiding the daisy chain. You have to comply with some requirements that's like best management practice, physical inspection to make sure that you're not leaking, everything's operating, it's being maintained. It pretty much just includes piping, fugitive components, separators, and some tanks. So, but it's out there, and so there's kind of this true kind of, it's not, I don't want to say de minimis, but it's the truly small guys, and we're thinking the wellheads that are out there, some of the smaller tank batteries, some of the smaller operations would fit under this. I guess there's some larger metering stations that would potentially also fit under this. We've also allowed a few engines, 450 horsepower, if it's sweet fuel, up to 100 horsepower with less than 10 ppmw of sulfur in the fuel and less than 20 with greater than 10,000 and less than 50,000 sulfur in the fuel. So I guess there's those few small engines that you guys have out there that may use fuel gas. It may not necessarily be sweet, so we want to allow that. This is one of the handouts, but I kind of wanted to, it's a good table that kind of helps you easily look, without reading the rule, it kind of helps you easily look through and understand what these level 0, the different scenarios that are out there and that can be obtained. So. And it doesn't include the engines, but the engines are relatively straightforward on that part. But what? Can you read it? Okay. I'll give everybody a moment to flip. And we've tried to make these handouts for you guys and trying to break the rule down into some easier, more usable formats. When it comes to level 1 and 2 of the PBR, there's some more things that you have to do. As always, we ask for you to do your representative worst case scenario. What's the worst emissions that you could possibly have? They can't exceed PSD or NNSR. The PBR doesn't want that to happen. You can't exceed the limits on the impacts table. And you still can't exceed them after tabulated emission rates after limitations and controls. And we've made it so where, like I said, if you think you're going to be level 1 and it turns out that you're really not in the level 1 of the PBR, you can very easily move up to level 2 of the PBR. And then again, if you're not level 2 and you find out that you really need a standard permit, hopefully for all you guys, your wells are going gangbusters, you can move on up to the standard permit with relative ease. And this, again, this is one part of your handouts. We've broken it up, and you can see that you have a pound per hour for crude and condensate, natural gas VOCs, benzene, hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, NOx, CO, and PM. We also have 2 middle categories, And these are for the intermittent operations that we expect from you guys. Truck loading, MSS. I'm sure there's other things. Those are always the two that usually come to mind when we look at what is potentially not a steady state operation. For level 1, you get more pounds per hour, but you get a limited number of hours per year that you're allowed to do that. And for level 1, it's 150 hours per year. There's 2 categories. We have the 30, less than 30 PSIG, and greater than 30 PSIG. And that's just because once you hit 30 PSIG, you get a lot different dispersion with modeling, and so you can have more pounds per hour, and that's usually like opening up pressurized lines, vessels, stuff like that. But you get greater dispersion, so therefore higher pounds per hour. And then, of course, the limitation on the tons per year. Because level 1 is supposed to be the smaller sites, you're going to get a little bit less of total VOCs than you would with level 2. You don't get the full 25, but you get 15. So, and then the same thing for level 2. As you can see, the steady state pounds per hour went up. On the periodic one, instead of having 150 hours per year, you get 300 hours per year. So we're giving you a little bit more hours per year. You'll see that for total VOCs, it goes up to the 25 tons per year. Same thing for the standard permit, representative worst case scenario, can't exceed PSD, NSR, impacts table, and emission rates. They're out there. But again, more pounds per hour. We don't have 2 columns here in the middle, and that's because you get greater than 30, or, that's kind of interesting. They've left off one of my things. Basically, you don't have a limitation for the low pressure. It's the same as what it would have been for your steady state operations. We do allow for your higher than 30 PSIG up to 600 hours per year. And when we did the modeling, it was based on distance either to the receptor or distance to the property line. And then the PBR, we looked at everything within a quarter of a mile. That was level 1. Level 2, the PBR half a mile. Standard permit a mile. And so we made your limits based on how far out something possibly could be for you guys. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but just that's how we went about it. There are a few projects that we don't have requiring you to do immediate registration. Small changes at the site, additions of fugitive components. You don't have to do immediate registration. You still need to immediately comply. You got to do the record keeping, comply with the requirements. You just have to tell us about them at the next renewal or revision. So, just again, a quick cheat sheet about what those are and what you can do. You can add pieces of equipment up to a ton per year of VOCs, and just again, the next time you make those changes, go ahead and let us know what they are. If you have a standard permit or a case-by-case permit, you can use 261, 262 to make changes. We are allowing that. Instead of actually stacking a 352 on top of the standard permit, we'd actually rather you use the 261, 262. Again, the maximum worst-case emission rates have to meet the requirements of that particular rule and still meet the impact limits. So, and then the next time you come back in and you revise that standard permit or you revise the case-by-case permit, you incorporate them. And this is pretty much, we've done this with the refineries, the chemical plants. They've been doing this for years. Okay, let's talk a little bit about notification, registration, and certifications. We're going to talk a lot more about the e-permitting system this afternoon. We developed the e-permitting system to kind of, one, hopefully make it easier for you guys. You know, one of the things we call it permitting in your pajamas. So for those of you who get to work at home, you know, whenever you get up, you've had your cup of coffee, you wander over to the computer and to hopefully take care of this kind of thing. You don't have to come into the office. Sorry for the consultants out there. You shouldn't necessarily have to hire a consultant. It's things that within the company you might be able to take care of yourself. There's two different kinds of notifications. There's the historical notification. Again, that's the core data information, the lat long, what historical authorization are you claiming. I think we asked for the API well lease, that kind of information. That's so we can kind of coordinate with what data the Railroad Commission is also holding. And then new project notification. And that's again, that's just you come in and you say, we know we've got this project. We think it's going to be a level 1 of the PBR, level 2 standard permit. You make that guesstimate, tell us what's going to go on, and then you'll have to come in and register later. For the registration, there's level 1, level 2, and the standard permit, and that's, again, you're going to have to come in either through e-permitting or with a piece of paper and actually do the registrations, but that's post-construction. And again, through the e-permitting system, you should be able to do the notifications in the e-permitting system. You should also be able to do the registration for the PBRs in e-permitting. We're talking about doing the standard permit. It's kind of in a queue. Water is also doing some things through e-permitting, and so we kind of go back and forth about whether they're doing things for the air program or they're doing things for the water program. Right now they're working on doing some things for air. Once they've done the few things that we've asked for them, they're going to go back to water and then they'll come back to air. And we're talking about, you know, do we do it under the standard permit under e-permit or not? And I don't know that they've necessarily made that decision yet. Reasons to certify. We've tried to make it clear as to why we would expect you to certify a site. Is it a major site? The emission increases to be considered under PSD or NNSR? Did you add on controls? Are you taking a reduction because you added on controls? You can add on controls and still do your worst case scenario, and those are the emissions you represent to us, and you don't have to do anything. But if you put on a flare, a vapor recovery unit, catalyst, and you're using those reductions to estimate your emissions for that site, we're going to ask you to certify. If you've limited the hours of operation on something, if you choose not to use the impacts table that are in the rules and you choose to use SCREEN or IS3, we'll ask you to certify. If you have to deal with NOx cap and trade, if complying with any other state or federal rule, typically we see from you guys MACT HH, Quad Z, Quad J. If you end up having compliance issues, we're going to ask for you to certify if you're coming in and adjusting your registration or registering for the first time to deal with compliance issues. And then those of you who voluntarily choose to certify your projects. So. And now I'm going to take, before we actually do questions, let me emphasize that one of the things that we did is if you're under level 1 of the PBR, after you start construction, you have 180 days to come in and actually register that site. If it's level 2 or the standard permit, you have 90 days to come in and register. And we're hoping, from what we've been told, if you, within 90 days, if you think, I'm level 1, it's going to be small, and then your well comes in and it's gangbusters and you're really getting a lot of emissions, that within that 90 days you should go, ooh, this isn't what I thought it was going to be, it's a lot more. You still need to come in within the 90 days. So, okay. Wow, okay, that went quicker than I thought. Questions? Yes, sir. And could you please, because we are being webcast, please come up to the microphones to ask your question. Please. And that way is it on? And y'all can, if you want to ask and kind of line up along this row, we did kind of try to leave it open for you guys to come ask questions.
My name is Jim Wiseman. You mentioned the 23 county Barnett Shale. Now, the Barnett Shale rules, do they apply to other formations in those 23 counties or not?
Any facility that is located within those 23 counties will have to comply with the new rules, regardless of which formation they're pulling from.
Okay.
And that includes the midstream guys that may not necessarily even be touching anything within the Barnett Shale.
But do they have to follow the notification rules?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All the rules, okay. Where is the level 0 mentioned in the rule itself? I never have seen that before.
That's just our term because we have level 1 and level 2, but it's subsection C.
So it's not in there?
No, it's subsection C.
Okay. When do we have to register existing Barnett Shale County rules or wells?
January 1st, 2013. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later, but yeah, it's January.
Same as the rest of the state?
Yes.
Okay.
We 2 years to try to get in, because we know that some of the companies out there have quite a few sites, and so it'll take them a while.
Now, you mentioned if you have another facility in a quarter mile, you have to include it in the registration, even if it's not dependent on that other facility, you still have to include it, or how do you do that?
Yes, sir. You will have to include it.
So then, if you have two separate leases, and they're within a quarter of a mile, they have two separate batteries, you're really notifying for both of them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Someone else had a question. Who was it over here? Wow, I really tried to give you guys time for questions because I thought you'd have a lot of them. No? Here you go.
Hi, Glenn Smith.
Hi.
I guess I'm not clear. I was thinking that if they weren't operationally connected, that even if they were, no matter where they were, how close they were, you didn't need to include them in that same PBR. But if they're within a quarter of a mile, they all need to be lumped together?
Let me take a step back and see if I can explain. I guess I probably didn't. It's my fault. I probably understand this a lot better than you guys, and so I've glossed over a few points that I probably should have not glossed over. Your project will be the tank battery, the separator, that kind of stuff. That's your project. However, when you're considering your registration and what the emissions are, you need to look at everything that's a quarter of a mile. They don't necessarily have to be the same project and therefore the same site, but you need to consider the other emissions of the other facilities when you're looking at what your total emissions are. Does that make better sense?
Okay, so if I'm installing a engine that crosses the threshold at site A, then I have a well that's, doesn't even touch any of the piping or anything related to that well A, but it happens to be within a quarter of a mile, well, that other site needs to be pulled into when I do the registration to get my total emissions.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that make better sense? Is that, okay.
Doug Agee with XTO Energy.
Yes,
I just
sir.
want to get clear. The existing stuff in the Barnett doesn't have to be registered to January 1, 13.
It needs to be registered by, you need to do the historical notification, yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
By that day.
by that date.
Okay. But starting April 1, anything new goes under this in the Barnett.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the rest of the state?
They're under subsection L of the new rule, which is the old permit by rule.
Right. But they come under the new rule,
They're under the new rule, just subsection L.
just subsection L. So there's no plan to expand this to the rest of the state at this time?
Let me talk about that briefly. One of the things that the commissioner said to us when they finally adopted the rule is that they did want to come back and look at the rest of the state, and we are actually working on doing that right now. We're setting up some stakeholder meetings. We're going to do something a little bit different. The intent at this moment is we're actually going to go out through the state and have kind of more of a roundtable discussion with the different areas, because we know that each area has operations, issues, scenarios that are kind of unique depending on where they are. And so that's the intent, is that, yes, we will go back and that the rest of the state will have a new rule, and hopefully by the end of the year. And that's because we still have to have an appropriate authorization mechanism for MSS.
And
make
if we
sure-
have our current authorization, we just stick with that until we make a change.
Yes. And the same thing will happen is even if we do something for the rest of the state, anything that's already existing and unchanged, again, will not be touched by the new rule. It'll only be new. And we've traditionally done that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stovall. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly the fixing of the boundaries at a quarter of a mile. Let's say you have 3 leases laid out in a linear fashion, so we'll call them lease A, lease B, and lease C. A is a quarter mile from B, B is a quarter mile from C, but A and C are a half a mile apart. If I do a project at A, I have to consider lease B because it's within a quarter of a mile. And that, as I understand it, fixes the boundaries of that. So what happens if I come back several months later and then do a project at C? Do I ignore B because it was part of this previous project and the boundaries were fixed, or do I also include it so that B is therefore part of 2 different projects?
You've only fixed the boundaries for Site A. And so when you come back to C, you would have to consider B because it is within the quarter miles, but that then fixes the boundaries for C. Does that make sense?
So lease B gets included in 2 different authorizations?
And yes, that potential's there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ann had some really fabulous pictures, and I didn't even think to add them in. For those of you who went to the Advanced Air Permitting Seminar, you saw some of them about the new projects, new registration, and how that affected it. So some of y'all are kind of familiar with that.
I would like to go back to small operator situations. I know there's been some consideration of de minimis type events. Are there any other guidelines, or have you put anything out that kind of makes a clear or simple format, for example, like you said there, that says if your well is this, or if your compression site is this, or is under this, then it will fall under, say, level 0? Do you have anything out there that makes it fairly clear and simple?
We are working on all of that stuff right now, and that's really what has been happening since the commissioners have ruled on this, is that we have been diligently trying to make sure that there's fact sheets out there, there's help sheets out there, and hopefully before this all comes into effect, that will all be available for you in short order, and we're moving as fast as we can on that. So, but yes, our intent is to break it down into some formats that are quick and easy for you to refer to and make it clear.
And I'll go back to the quarter mile thing. We're probably going to beat this to death, but I want to understand this again. So if you have a compressor site that there are no wells located on that, but within the quarter of a mile there may be wells that feed into that site, or they may not, are they still part of that 1/4 mile
Yes, ma'am.
area?
Yes. Now, in the instance of that, and several people have said this, engines versus tanks, it's also pretty much different characteristic of emissions. The only thing that's going to impact is the formaldehyde off of the engines for the VOCs. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Jeff Weiler with Energy Transfer. Okay, let me get this straight. If I have a compressor station and then another tank battery on a completely separate line within a quarter of a mile, understandably, I would include that calculation as a part of a Title V assessment. But you're wanting me to register the tank as part of that compressor station. If I'm doing a project at this compressor station, I have to include those tanks in the registration as a registered item. And then if I come along later and put another compressor station that's within a quarter mile of those tanks, include those tanks in that registration as well, double counting those
Yes.
tanks?
But it's just for the registration, and it's just that quarter of a mile. But I see what you're saying about the double counting of the tanks, and yes, they would be included in the two different registrations, but that would not be your project.
So then if I come back in and add another tank at B, I've got to go back now and change the registration from A and the registration from C to correspond with registration from B?
No.
That's crazy.
No, that's not what you'd only have to then do a project for that site that you made the change to.
Yes, but now you're representing B and A, and you're representing B and C. If I change B, how am I, you've already represented those emissions and those assets within two different registrations.
It's actually going to be the flip of that. So when you do the tank battery, you're going to look at A and C, and they're going to be looked at when you do the registration for the tank battery, which is in the middle in B. So you're still going to look at the cumulative effect for all the sources that you have within the quarter mile. But
Right.
you're going to do it when you do the tank battery. You're not going to have to go back and redo A and redo C, because you've actually addressed it when you did the project
You're
for the
saying
tank battery in
including
B.
you're talking about just including the emissions as far as an assessment, not physically stating, here's the registration for these tanks,
Yes,
tank 1, tank 2.
yes. I think we're on the same page now.
Okay.
Is that clear?
All right, that's clear.
Okay. That's why we're having these, because I want to make sure that we all walk away with a clear understanding. What?
Jeff Ingerson with Chesapeake Energy.
Yes, sir.
On a little bit different note, when performing the impact analysis for ambient air quality standards, what is the definition of the property line? You seem to have, is it the fence line if there's a fence? Is it the pad site? Is it the closest public receptor? The preamble says any off-site receptor, but the PBR says property line.
When it comes to ESL-driven numbers, benzene, VOCs, that's a receptor issue. When it comes to the ambient air quality standards, NOx, CO, H2S, that's a property line standard. And so one of the things we want you to make sure to consider is a lot of times y'all have been looking at traditionally the pad side or the fence line around it, but you may have leased a greater piece of land.
And that's what our question is. Can we include the lease until we get to the nearest public receptor?
For the ambient air quality standards, just to the property line, whatever that greater lease property line is. Obviously, for the ESL-driven impact protectiveness, benzene, those, it is to the receptor. So there's two different reviews that have to be done. One's based on the ambient air quality standards, and one's based on the ESL list, those that have ESLs. So there's property line issues, and there's going to be receptor issues. They're two different things. For some things, you're going to have to look at property line, and some things you're going to have to look at receptor. But like, for sure, if you've leased a greater piece of land, that outside piece of property can be your boundary when it comes to property lines.
Thank you.
Okay.
John Dutton with JW. On the, going back to kind of the quarter mile registration, there is a key in there, I think, for common ownership. How does the state view entities where, you have partial owners on one entity and they may be including the other? For example, some of the production companies have a midstream arm, whereas the wells may have multiple working interest owners in there, and the production company may only own, 50% of the wells, where they may own 100% of the midstream group. So how does that play into the common ownership of whether to include what's in the quarter-mile radius or not?
We have traditionally looked at who has the daily control of that site. Does that make sense?
So operational control is...
The daily operational control of that site.
Okay.
Is usually how we traditionally look at that.
Okay, and within that, then, the operational control may be two different entities within the same company, but so do you look at it kind of a parent structure company organization? If they're both subsidiaries of the same company, then that would be considered the same?
Yeah, common control.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Kent Miller with AECOM. Apologize if you addressed this already, and I didn't get it, but the Barnett Shale authorization scenario doc that was published indicates, or seems to indicate, that MSS emissions outside of the Barnett Shale can be authorized by the old version of the PBR without consideration of impacts review or new provisions of the new PBR.
That is correct.
Okay, and the preamble of the final PBR indicates that new MSS provisions apply to all existing sources, even if MSS emissions had been registered under the old PBR. That seems to be a contradiction.
If you're within the Barnett Shale and you've already registered your MSS emissions, come January 5th, 2012, you will have to make sure that they meet impacts and are protective.
Okay. Outside the Barnett Shale, the old, no changes, and so the TCEQ intends to allow MSS emissions without any specific hourly emission standards or specific record keeping that it is included in the new PBR.
At this moment, yes, but that's one of the things that, like I said, with the new rulemaking that we hope to address.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no more questions, do you want to take a break? You want to keep going? It's going? Okay. Okay. The next section is going to be given by Castellano.
Good morning. Today I'm going to be going over a couple of tools that I hope will kind of relieve some of the confusion that we've had in the last few minutes. The first tool that we developed was an emissions calculation spreadsheet. I think many of you all might have seen this spreadsheet. We did post it out on the web for the public to use and to kind of get accustomed to for a little while. The emission calculation spreadsheet, basically, we're going to go over who the emission calculation spreadsheet is really meant for, what exactly the emission calculation spreadsheet can do, where's the information necessary in order to fill out your emission calculation spreadsheet, and then ultimately, how do I use it? All right, so who can use the emission calculation spreadsheet? Well, basically, when we developed the program, it was initially meant for us to use when we did our reviews in order to get them out in a timely manner. But over the last year, we've worked with industry in order to make it more user-friendly and also base it on information and real-world information that the industry says that they deal with on a day-to-day basis. So for now on, it should be meant for the oil and gas industry, which should include small and large companies and consulting firms as well. All right, so the emission calculation spreadsheet basically was a tool that we developed in order for industry to use rapidly calculate emissions without errors. We spent the last year trying to work out every possible kink we could. Of course, there are going to be some, but we're hoping that over time, with your help, we can make it better and better. Next, it's meant to ensure compliance with both state and federal standards. So within the spreadsheet, you'll actually see we did most of the work in order to ensure that whatever information you're putting in complies with both state and federal standards, along with AP 42 factors, EPA emission factors, and so on. And then lastly, we're hoping that it leaves kind of peace of mind for everyone so that they know that whatever they're putting in is the correct answer. All right, the information necessary to fill out the spreadsheet is pretty simple. Basically, anything and everything you think is important to your project or your registration. This will include lab analyses, simulator data. The simulator data should come from either programs that we've already put guidance out for, that include Tanks 4.0, EMP tanks, ProMax systems, all that. You can find the list online if you like to see which programs we will deem acceptable, and we will be emphasizing that more and more over the next few months. That does not mean that if you have a program or anything that's not on the list, you can't use it. We just ask that you please send us all that relevant information so that we can review it as well and see if we like the program or not, and we might actually add it to the list later. And then lastly, we'll expect manufacturer specification sheets or sampling data if you have that. And this would be great for your engines, your heaters, boilers, dehy units, so on and so forth. All right, so how do I use the emission calculation spreadsheet? Well, it's a real simple process, actually. Each sheet is, unique to each particular unit on site. So the first part, you're obviously going to gather all your information for the project. The next part, you're going to find the appropriate sheet that goes along with what you want to do. So, example, if you want to register your engines, all you do is select your engine sheet and begin working on it. Step 3, you're just going to answer the questions in the yellow boxes. It's real simple, real straightforward. And then, of course, step 4, you want to review your answers that have been provided to make sure that they match up with the entire project. For example, if you claim in your engines that you have a control, you just want to make sure that you put in your control efficiency reduction, stuff like that. If you have tanks and you put in a throughput value, you just want to make sure that whatever information you put into your tank sheet matches all the other relevant information within the sheet. Impacts review. Well, this is real important. I noticed a lot of questions regarding the protectiveness aspect of all this, and so we're hoping that the impacts review spreadsheet will kind of help with that. Basically, what we did was we have one spreadsheet that will calculate your emissions, and we have another spreadsheet that will tell you which level you're under, whether it be level 0, level 1, 2, or the standard permit. All right, so the impacts review, we're going to go over we're going to do a general overview of what we did, and then we're going to discuss the specifics of the program. Any outs, the outs are basically going to be like the level 0, and then, of course, the full impacts review we'll get into. All right, so the purpose of the impacts review, obviously, is the protection of public health and welfare. It's compliance with ambient air standards, both state and federal, and then the hourly and annual basis for that. And then the impacts review is on a contaminant-by-contaminant basis for net project emissions increases. So you'll have a table for benzene, a table for your condensate, a table for your NOx, and so forth. The hourly and annual emissions limits are based on the most stringent of either the level limits or caps, and then also the calculated emission rate from the impacts review. If you, for example, have a project where you're just going to go ahead and register your MSS emissions, then the only part of the project that you have to do the impacts review for would be your MSS emissions, and the scenarios need to be considered for that. Then we have the state and federal ambient air standards compliant demonstration. You have your NO2, SO2, and H2S at any property line. I think that question came up a little while ago. And then these are the distance for each level. Quarter mile for level 1, half mile for level 2, and a mile for the standard permit. Then we have the hourly and annual ESL compliance demonstration. This, of course, would be to the property line, receptor. Benzene at the nearest receptor is a good example. It's within the specified distance. It's the same as before, quarter mile for your PBR, half mile for your PBR level 2, and then a mile for your standard permit. All right, so here's the outs. Full impacts review is not required if any one of the outs is met. Full review could be required for one compound and not another. No ESL review for benzene required if no receptor within specified distance of your registration. So if you don't have a receptor, there's no need for review. No ambient air quality standard review for NO2, SO2, and H2S required if no property line within specified distance of registration. Basically the same thing. De minimis rates outs. Okay, so what this is saying is if you happen to have benzene emissions that are less than the 0.039 pound per hour limit that's allowed, you don't have to do a review. So if you can demonstrate that you're under that, that's it, you're done. Same thing for hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen. Then you have the ESL and the SIL outs. No ESL review required for benzene if project maximum predicted concentrations are less than or equal to 10% of your ESL or less than or equal to 25% of your ESL when combined with project increases over your 60-month period. No ambient air quality standard review required for either NO2, SO2, and H2S if project maximum predicted concentrations are less than or equal to significant impact level, which is the de minimis of Chapter 101. All right, areas where you have a full impact review. Full impact review required for any of the 4 compounds listed here that do not meet any of the out criteria. Kind of obvious. All facility emissions located within a specified distance of a project must be included in review regardless of authorization type. And then the methods that we accept for your impacts evaluation will be either the emissions impacts tables within the rule. You just basically review the table and then you find the distance at which your site is to the nearest receptor or property line and compare that against the receptor and height distance in order to find out what your actual limits are. We also accept screen modeling and dispersion modeling. All right, the tables. Air dispersion modeling on a variety of emission sources. So you'll have a table that will demonstrate let's say the benzene table. Within that, we have the individual sources. So if you have an engine, you'll use that column within the table. Modeling, not pollutant specific. Generic modeling results, the G factor, and then specific compound emission rate pound per hour created by dividing your ESL or your ambient air quality standard by your G factor. And that's basically the G max that's in the table. When you look at the table, we're actually going to go over that later today, and I'll explain that a little better. All right, so here you can see this is your microgram per cubic meter max. It's the benzene. This is an example of benzene short-term ESL of 170 micrograms per cubic meter. We use this number and then built the pound per hour limit within the table based on that. And then over time, these tables will be updated dependent upon the ESL and the ambient air quality standard changes. And if you need to, you can find this ESL list. It's available on our website. All right, so here we have an example of Emax. It's the maximum acceptable emission rate, protected from any emission source based on release height and distance away. So that's what I was discussing a little earlier. Then we have the weighted ratio approach. So if you happen to have multiple sources of the same emission type, you can take a weighted ratio approach in order to determine the amount that you can emit from each source. And just so you know, the maximum should be based on your hourly steady state or your hourly periodic, which is low pressure, hourly periodic high pressure, and then your annual. You can interpolate if you like. We just will not accept extrapolation. The table, a lot of people have asked, well, not every range is, I guess, considered in the table, so that's what we had to allow for interpolation. If distances and release heights are not interpolated, you can use the next lowest height and distance. And we will obviously be accepting any recommendations that y'all might have in order to assist us in this impacts review spreadsheet. Any questions before I move on?
I heard the last man talk about property lines. What is the definition of a property line for determining an out for the impact review?
Basically, for the out, you just have to compare it against the property line for your project. So if you claim a site that is, the property line, let's say, is an acre all around.
What if you're on a ranch and you have this whole ranch leased and it's 3,000 feet to a property line, but your pad is only, a couple of acres? Is the property line the edge of the lease, or is it the edge of the pad where this project is?
I believe it's where the edge of the pad is.
If you lease that whole ranch,
Uh-huh,
it's that ranch.
That's that range.
okay.
That's the lease.
That's right.
That's your property.
So that's your property line. Thank you.
But if you only lease the pad side, then that's your property line.
If what?
You only lease the part of the range that's just your pad side,
Then that's it.
then that's it.
Okay, the other question then, if you own that pad in fee, but you have a ranch lease, is the property line what you owe in fee, or is it that whole ranch that you have leased?
Are you talking about like the fact that you're actually paying the ranch man, the ranch owner, a small fee because there's a portion of his land that he is not able to use,
Yes,
versus you've actually leased the whole ranch?
yes.
If you lease the whole ranch, it's the whole ranch.
And what about the case where you actually bought those 2 acres from the ranch, and you own that in fee? That's your land. Is it then still the lease, or is it just that little bit of acreage that you bought?
Let me make sure that I understand you. So, but are you still paying fees because you have the right to drill the other spots on that ranch?
Yes.
It's the ranch.
Okay, thank you.
Johnny Daniel with Hillwood. In regard to the same question, if you have a large ranch and you have additional acreage that has subdivisions or towns and they're different units, but it's all contiguous, so that is all, the property line would be everything that you have leased that is contiguous?
Yes.
Thank you.
Irving Fisher with High Mount EMP out of Sonora. I want a continuation of that question to make sure I understand what we're saying here. If I have a lease, and I have facilities on that lease, and I have another lease next to that, owned by the same person, but as a different lease, is the property line the border of those 2 leases, or do it continue on until I no longer have a lease?
So 2 separate leases.
2 separate leases, say the same person owned them, I'm leasing both of them. I have facilities on both leases. Does the property line extend beyond, is that lease where I've got a contract for this and a contract for that, does that continue on until I no longer have a lease?
Yes, because it's the surface that we're looking at, and not what's going on below ground. Which typically leases.
So if I'm leasing 500 miles, my property line becomes 500 miles.
500 miles.
I like that. Thank you.
In all these questions, we're talking about leases. I think people are referring to mineral leases, and quite often mineral leases, especially in the urban areas of the Barnett Shale, can go under subdivisions. If that's the case, does my property line extend out through 10 houses in the subdivision? Is that what we're saying?
We're looking at what you have on the surface.
So it's only the surface lease,
So
not the
if you're
subsurface.
So if you're in the middle of an urban area and you've only been able to lease an acre pad site, and that's where all of your stuff is, and then your property line is only that acre on the surface. If you leased out an 800-acre ranch, then and there's nothing else but ranch land, some cows, maybe the guy who owns it,
That's your property line. It's what, we're looking at what's on the surface and not what's below ground.
So whatever your contractual agreements are with the surface owners, regardless of whatever you've got mineral leased, I mean, I think when people say they've leased a ranch, they're quite often referring to the minerals that they've leased, that whole ranch. I mean, I'm not a landman, but there's usually different agreements for surface versus subsurface.
But and that's what I'm saying, I'm trying to be clear about the fact that if you have the lease, but you've made the arrangement for that whole bigger piece of property, we're looking at the physical surface of what you have.
So ignore the mineral leases, only look at your surface agreements.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I understand what you just said. If you have a large plot of land leased and there are houses on that lease, you're saying now that the property line that you have only goes from your well to the nearest house? Or to the nearest lot, let's say, of that house?
If your lease, if we're talking about the minerals below ground, we're only looking at what's on the surface.
No, we're talking about the rule or the outs for this review. Where is the property line for that impact statement, impact review? In other words, does it go to the lot of that nearest house? Is that the property line?
Yes, because you have not engaged the surface land of that property house. You've only engaged the minerals underneath it.
But no, you still have the minerals under it.
That's right.
Okay,
But that's not, we're looking at surface.
that's right. So your property line in that case would be to the lot of the nearest house?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, well, if there's no more questions, I guess, related to the spreadsheet or impacts review, we'll move on. All right, so MSS. I think everyone's familiar with this schedule. The MSS does take effect for the oil and gas industry beginning January 5th, 2012. It's located in subsection I of the PBR and standard permit. Prior to January 5th, 2012, it is considered voluntary. If represented, it must meet the requirements in the new rule. After January 5th, 2012, it must meet the requirements regardless. PBR cannot be used at the site authorized under the standard permit. Can be used for case-by-case NSR. Barnett Shale. Currently applies to the Barnett Shale only, but it will be revisited in the rulemaking for the rest of the state. So. All right, MSS registration. You don't have to submit if only for MSS. So right now, since it is voluntary, you don't have to. We will ask that you do record keep instead, and you must submit at your next revision. All right, we have planned MSS, must be quantified, must meet the emission limits of the rule, must meet impacts review if required, and then all operating scenarios, including worst case. All right, your MSS analysis and emission limit impact. Represent all operating scenarios, represent alternative operating scenarios, include your pigging, purging, blowdowns, temporary facilities, degassing of facilities, management of sludge. The alternative operating scenario that's, I guess, best to keep in mind is, for an example, would be for vapor recovery units. Typically, a vapor recovery unit does require maintenance, so a good indication of your MSS emissions would be my VRU operates, let's say, 100% efficient, but only for 95% of the year, because 5% of the year it's down for maintenance. Then that's obviously an alternative operating scenario, so you'll need to account for those emissions in your MSS. We ask for record keeping. For the routine engine maintenance, that'd be a situation where your engine is down and obviously not working, and so we'd want to know the record according to that schedule and then any emissions that result because of that downtime. We need records for boiler refractory replacements, heater and heater exchanger cleanings, turbine hot section swaps, pressure relief valve testing, engine startups, associated with preventive emissions sit-down, authorized with typical operations, prior authorization, documentation, certification required. All the scenarios are being represented, and then you're limited to 4 pound per hour natural gas, 98% control of startup emissions. And then we just have this here for other MSS. We are still in talks with people in the industry to come up with situations where there's MSS that we may not be aware of. So we're always asking an industry, please kind of tell us any event that they might be aware of that we didn't account for. That way we can be sure to add it to the rule. Any questions?
Has the TCEQ taken any stand on actual permitting of MSS emissions with regard to, are we going to have to do, or rather, are we going to be registered on a line item activity or a group of activities with a, like a bucket of emissions?
So for you, because I know your midstream engines, let's say that you know that your engine's a site that you're expecting 4 maintenance activities over the year. You can say that you're expecting 4 maintenance activities. You don't have to say 1 for engine 1, 1 for engine 2, 1 for engine 3, 1 for engine 4. You can just say, I'm expecting to have 4.
Right.
And,
I mean,
and
like,
this is what I
we
expect.
may have filter change-outs or whatever, but what I was trying to come up with is that if you can, come up with a list of activities that we're going to do, we may have filter change-outs may happen, we can predict, we're going to have one every other month.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't guarantee whether or not the producer is going to send us a bunch of junk and all of a sudden clog up our filter. We've got to do excessive change-outs that we hadn't planned for. But that's all still a part of maintenance. Can we, like I said, we just wanted to say line item the type of activities and that we know of, and you just keep record of those things, and then just put a bucket of emissions associated. As long as we stay within that value of VOCs, we should.
Well, I think the first part that you're speaking of goes along with the other MSS activities that we are not really aware of. But I think you would also account for that by saying, I'm going to associate maybe this amount of time and say that's for the unexpected event.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we don't really necessarily consider the fact that you might have to do a couple of extra filter change-outs.
They're not going to be significant.
So we're kind of saying, okay, typically you have this, go ahead and kind of give yourself a couple extra for the unexpected, figure out, and that's the worst operating scenario.
I was more,
It's not an operating scenario, but it's kind of the worst case. Typically we do 6 on an engine because you said every other month.
Right.
Well, let's go ahead and say 8. Just kind of give yourself that extra.
That's what I was looking for, though, is that whether or not we're going to be able to just put a total MCF associated with maintenance at this site, or whether or not we're going to have to line item, this is how much you get for blowdowns, this is how much you get for startups, this is how much you get for, change-outs. Or can we just group it together and say, this is my emissions associated with this site? Whether or not it comes from this filter change-out or that filter change-out.
Yeah. We're looking at the activity, the frequency, and the duration of what that is, because one of the things that I think that you guys need to consider is that there may be alternative operating scenarios, and there may be, when this engine goes down, there may be some things are happening, some things aren't happening, and so you've kind of got to consider that when it comes to looking at your MSS and looking at impacts. So it's kind of hard to say, well, you can just lump them all together, because what happens if for these kinds of activities, everything in the plan is still running. And so you've got to look at what's the total emissions and what's your impact because you have everything at your plant running. Whereas for other maintenance activities, you may have some of the plant running, you may have none of the plant running, and so it would be a different impact assessment. You can always do kind of a worst case, though, Jeff, and say something like, I'm going to assume everything in my plan is running, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have these emissions, and do the impacts, and if you pass, we're okay. And that, do you see? So there's it depends on what you're doing and how you come to us and represent it as to showing that you're going to meet the emission limits and the impacts.
Well, if there's no more questions, then we'll move on. Did y'all want to go ahead and take a break now, or y'all want to just keep going? All right.
I want a long lunch, don't you?
You figured that out.
Okay, well, we'll move on with the best management practices and controls. These were developed in the new rule partly to ensure that the equipment that's at the site is operating effectively. This is one, primarily to make sure that the emissions being claimed are what the site is actually meeting. It will help identify problems early for maintenance purposes. And based on information received from companies and investigators, these things were written out specifically to add clarity to the general requirements in 106.8, which also covers record keeping. But for practical enforceability and clarity from the standpoint of what we're looking for, they were added to the rule. They will apply to all new facilities and operationally dependent facilities. So if you're a brand new site in one of the Barnett Shale counties, these will apply. And then changes to existing facilities that have the potential to increase the emissions. So say a new well comes online that's tied into an existing site, increase overall throughput at a site. It's going to increase the overall emissions from those sources. So they will be pulled into that requirement. Now when you look at the list, there's the first few are what we kind of call basic requirements. If you're a PBR site, there's also additional requirements that you can choose to follow if you need them to meet the rule. For the standard permit, all of them apply. So these basic requirements, and these are probably things that most sites are doing already. Program to maintain equipment, that's kind of understood to make sure that you can cover production, maintain profit, that kind of thing. Cleaning routine inspection, replacement schedules to prevent failures of equipment. And then the other thing is keeping records of that replacement maintenance type event. There are some distance requirements in this section. One is 50 foot to the nearest property line or receptor. It's determined at the time of construction. And the difference here between the existing or the old 352 is that there's no distinction on if the site is sour or sweet. There is an exception for isolation and safety components. These can be up to half the distance within an easement. And these type of equipment, we didn't want to force them to be moved if there's a particular safety issue that they need to be there to prevent something bigger happening. If you ever have say a safety valve or an engine or something within 50 feet that's existing, at the time that the company goes to replace it, the company should do an evaluation of if it can be moved and what would be required to move it. And in some cases, the answer to move it would be a yes, and in others, no. There's emission and operational standards for engines and turbines. They have to meet the Chapter 117 requirements if you're in the East Texas combustion area, non-attainment requirements, that kind of thing. new source performance standards, so Quad I for compression ignition engines, Quad J for natural gas-fired engines, and MAC Quad Z. And that's not a change from how it's done currently. There's an inclusion in the rule for backup generators when there's no access to the grid or the service of the grid is not reliable. Good example of that is the rolling blackouts recently. There's also an exception for small diesel engines in the rule for that. In some cases, open-top tanks and ponds can be included if they have emissions below 1 ton per year of VOC and 0.1 ton per year of hydrogen sulfide. And the preferred calculation method here is Water 9. Okay, and the basic requirements is also physical inspection. This is different from LDAR. It requires inspecting components quarterly, repair leaking components, keeping tank hatches shut. This is something that was identified as a major source of emissions from tanks because of evaporation, so keeping those shut to minimize that. And making sure that new and reworked valves are accessible, so when you actually go out and do maintenance, that they can be accessible for that. Okay, so this is kind of where we get to the cutoff. What I just went over was the basic requirements, so that's expected for all new facilities and changes. For PBRs, from this point on, if one of the requirements is not being used to meet the rule, you can choose to do it. For standard permits, it's required. Okay, and now this is where we actually get to leak detection and repair, one of the 5 or 6 actual programs. It has to be one of those programs, and it has to be followed completely. Weekly inspection. And the standard permit, because it allows higher emission rates, it has graduated requirements on record keeping and monitoring, and those are included in Table 9. Tanks and vessels is one of the bigger sources of emissions. Sometimes the tanks may be painted a dark color, but actually painting them a light color would prevent solar heating, reduces evaporation, and also reduces emissions and make sure more product is captured. There's a requirement for maintaining the paint in good condition, keeping 10% of the outside surface area of the tank rust-free. There is an exception built in for if, for some reason, the process requires a darker color, like keep the oil viscous, or there's another law or contract agreement that requires a specific color. Okay, emission estimation methods. This stuff is explained in great detail in Table 8. There's going to be protocols that are going to be published. The spreadsheet that Alec went over is going to help with that. But the programs that are used to estimate emissions have to be followed based on the parameters in which they were developed. For reboilers, heaters, and furnaces, you can claim 50 to 99% control. To claim the specific level of control is going to require, in certain cases, record keeping, monitoring and testing, or enhanced design parameters. So to get the 99%, you have to do testing more frequently, especially for reboilers that cycle on and off once they get to operational temperature. If they're not records to show when the burner is actually fired and controlling emissions, they cannot claim more than 50% control. For vapor recovery systems, there's actually 2 types. There's the one that's much more common is the mechanical VRU, where there's an engine that pulls the emissions off the tanks, routes them to a VRU. Sometimes it goes back to the sales line or to a flare. There's a liquid VRU type, which we haven't really seen very much, but it captures the emissions, routes them through liquid, and then that's separated out somewhere else in the process. Again, you can claim control of 95% to 100%, but it's going to be based on record keeping, monitoring, and testing. And then the other thing to include, which Alec kind of touched on, was the downtime. If you have a VRU that is only 95% efficient, there's going to be the 5% that's not captured, as well as the downtime when it's offline and those emissions are not controlled. So that would be the other alternate scenario we need to include. Flares, there's not a whole lot of change here. The new rule still allows process emergency flares. There's the requirements in 60.18 in the NSPS standards to make sure that it's actually operating as designed, make sure that the flame comes on when there's gas going to it that controls it. And again, there's 98 and 99% controlled based on the composition that's explained in one of the tables, and no visible emissions. Okay, for thermal oxidizers and vapor combustors, there's also 60.18 requirements. And to get from 90 to 99.9%, it's based on record keeping, testing, monitoring, that kind of thing. All right, so now we'll kind of go over the records, sampling, and monitoring requirements. Again, documentation of the control and requirements. Records aren't required if the company is not relying on the control factor to meet the rule. Now, you should still do the proper maintenance and that kind of thing, keep records of that. But if you're relying on that control to meet the rule requirements, then you would need to keep records. Again, this isn't new, hard copy or electronic. They have to be available to the TCQ or local air pollution control program, and then kept at the site or another site in Texas with operational control of it. Sampling, there's Table 7 in both the PBR and standard permit that outlines all the specifics. And then again, records are required if you're using that control to meet one of the limits. For either the fugitive monitoring or LDAR programs, you need to have a detection device, follow either Method 21 or one of the alternate work practices in the 40 CFR section. With analyses, you can have site-specific or representative analysis. They have to be, or we would prefer that they're within 90 or 180 days of initial start of operation or implementation of change. We look for at least that they go through C10 plus, and if you're sour, to have an H2S analysis. That sour analysis actually requires a separate analysis other than the usual C10 plus, because there's actual different process for that. And then gas chromatograph, Tutwiler stain tube, and production reports. Okay, for engines, initial sampling of any engine over 500 horsepower or a turbine. It has to be done based on at least 50% load, and then according to the time within startup, and then 45 days after a restart, and then within 90 days of the 2-year anniversary. Now, this next part is what's a little bit different. If they're identical units, so say you have a site with 4 engines that are all 1,340 Caterpillars, same controls, same thing, you only have to test half the units. Now, that was done to reduce cost and burden on that. And then keep the records with the engines for 5 years. These are the scenarios when sampling is not required. If you're under 500 horsepower for an engine, if a test has been done on the same engine at another site according to EPA reference methods, it's not required the engine's emergency engine or idle. And sites subject to Title V must meet any of those requirements if they're more stringent. The thing, if you are subject to Title V, you can use that compliance work to satisfy the rules of the PBR if it's at least as stringent. Okay, for oxidation and combustion control devices, there's stack testing if you're claiming at least 99% for VOC or benzene. And we may also require it for H2S because of the concern with public health effects. Again, must have proper monitoring and sampling ports, and these things are outlined in Table 6. For monitoring records and demonstration, Table 8, production records are important because that's basically what drives the emissions overall at the site. We also look for process description, plot plan, that kind of thing. That's not changed from the current registrations. Again, with the registration includes supporting calculations and demonstration to show how you got what you're claiming. And then maintain records of best management practices and other maintenance records. For VRUs, or vapor recovery systems, we're looking for records to show when they're operating, what kind of design they have that makes sure they get the control they're claiming, as well as sampling. Tanks and vessels, this would entail paint color, condition, if the tank hatches are shut. Records of glycol dehydration and amine units, throughput, testing, sampling again. And then boilers, reboilers, heater treaters, and process heaters, hours of operation. And again, as a reminder, when they're actually fired if being used as control, because if they're not being fired, then emissions are just passing through. Also, records of truck loading, so hours of operation. That's important for what Molly talked about earlier when there's that 150 hours or 300 hours per year limit there. If you have cooling towers, we don't really see that on most sites. That would be probably much larger oil and gas sites. Records of any control device, and then replacements or additions that are done at the site. If a site chooses to follow the LDAR program, so if you're a PBR site, you're not using this to meet one of the limits of the site, you decided I'm going to do this to reduce the overall emissions, or you have to under the standard permit program, you have to follow the requirements of it in Table 9. Again, this goes beyond just the basic physical inspection requirements we went over earlier, and detailed record keeping of inspections and repairs. Planned MSS, so these are some of the things that we know are there, the pigging, purging, and blowdowns, keep records of that, degassing of tanks and vessels at the site, any other activities that might go on at the site that need to be quantified, and again, that has to be done for sites after January 5th, so you can do it earlier if you'd like, but once that date rolls around in January of 2012, it has to be included in record keeping of that. Right, questions? That was really kind of quick, but at this point we're trying to get everyone at least with background knowledge so we can move on from there.
Tristan Walker with Enbridge. 106.512, now that 352's knocked that out, 15,000 hour test option that was available in 512 appears to have left as well. You mentioned the biennial testing within 45 days of restart. That
Yes.
sounds like in the past, if I had an engine that didn't run for a long time and I went past my biennial period.
Well, there's an exception for idle or emergency engines that aren't operating.
Okay. So again, it doesn't sound like
Yeah.
you've addressed the 15,000 hour. It's no longer an option or basically a requirement for notification to the region.
It's apparently a convoluted microphone system. I'm not the best engine expert. Sean O'Brien in our combustion section did most of the engine work, but I believe that is correct, that the biennial testing went away, that you have to meet the new requirements, and he revamped it, so I think there was actually less testing potentially.
Okay. And again, that would be for the new registrations that came under this new rule.
Right, or a change that causes the potential to emit to increase.
When I was reading the rule on the tank color requirements, I didn't see any exemptions for things like freshwater tanks, slop water tanks, produced water tanks where you test for total petroleum hydrocarbons and it comes back non-detect. Are those covered under the color requirements, or are they exempted?
Let me ask, what kind of site? Is this a PBR level site or a standard permit? Okay, now if you have a PBR site and you're not using that tank color to meet the rule, you do not have to follow that. You can choose to do it, but you're not required to in that case.
Okay.
Because that's one of the additional control. It's not included in the first, in subsection E, there's like 1 through 5, that's the basic. This is one of the following ones that's additional that you can choose to follow.
Okay. So are you saying if you're using a lighter color to reduce your emissions calculated by like the tanks program?
Right.
But if you're not, you don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, and even if you're doing that to reduce emissions, but without claiming the control, you don't need the control because of even if it is a light color, you can claim worst case, and as long as worst case passes, that's okay.
Okay.
Gretchen Kern, Pioneer Natural Resources. Can you elaborate the physical inspection of leaks? You said it's not LDAR. What is it exactly?
Yeah, it's to make sure there's at least a quarterly walkthrough to catch any kind of gross emission events. I mean, if you hear something hissing or you see something dripping, to make sure that it's to get it identified early and resolved so it doesn't continue to be a problem with potential impacts off property or become a situation that gets worse because it's not addressed. I mean, it's something that probably all companies are doing. There are some instances that were noticed where some sites weren't being operated in the best way possible. I mean, these are just sort of things that everyone should be doing to make sure the site is operating at its optimum, ensuring that products are covered, and it also has the added benefit of making sure that the profit level is maintained for the site.
So it's just AVO?
Yes, it's not, well, AVO is a specific thing for LDAR. This is not that. This is a sort of basic walkthrough. AVO has a specific definition of LDAR, and so we specifically stayed away from
I know
that.
the preamble goes at great lengths to say it's not AVO.
Right.
But it is just looking and...
Yeah.
Yeah, no equipment. You're not going to take a sniffer out there or anything like that. That's not what we're talking about. IR camera, we're not talking that kind, just...
Really calling out if I'm walking down the site and I see something, then I'm going to do something. That's it.
Okay, so it is audio-visual reflector.
Yeah, but just
Even though
not the statutory definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Thomas Jones with the Line Group. Did I hear you mention that Table 8, that there were going to be some changes to Table 8 forthcoming, clarifications, or did I misunderstand what you said?
I believe the rule that went to agenda, there was some couple wording issues with it.
Nothing major.
No, it wasn't major, and that was at agenda, the commissioners sent it back, and for minor, like formatting and a few wording instances, those were going to be corrected.
Okay.
But at this time, there's nothing major. Now, with subsequent review and knowledge that we learn, in the future it may change, but at this point, that's the way it's written.
And going back to some of the questions relative to temporary equipment, if you have equipment that comes in that's on a skid, it's a portable piece of equipment, and it's there for a short duration, 2 weeks, a week. On the MSS documentation, is that something that needs to be recorded?
If it's a piece of equipment that you bring on for like degassing a tank, something like that you specifically bring on, then yeah, you're going to need to consider it when you do your MSS scenarios.
Okay, so that would be included in the worst case.
Right. Because now you're either changing a source or character of emission or creating a new one. And it's just to consider again for impacts.
So, going back to his question, then you would include that sort of in the bucket, for the lack of a better term, for worst case.
Right, you would say.
Yeah, be the specific activity.
You would say that the entire MSS event is from any equipment I bring on site, anything that's changing the emissions, anything that might come up, and then you can, I guess, account for that in a percentage, if you like, and say, these are the events I know of that I'll have, but then there might be a certain number that I am not sure about, so I'm going to add a little.
Okay, so you put in a safety factor of some degree.
Right.
Okay.
But as long as you outline it for us, that's
Yeah, it'd have to be specific,
Right.
certainly. Then on the sampling table, protocols listed, are there any major changes, or are you aware of any sampling protocol changes that are forthcoming?
Are you talking about the version of the rule adopted?
Yes.
Since the adopted day on January 26th?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any major
Okay.
ones at the moment, no.
So what's published would be pretty much in stone right now, subject to change later?
Yes.
Right.
And
Thank you.
again, as we go through rulemaking, things we forgot, things we didn't consider, additional information is always helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Matt Norton with Crestwood Midstream. I've got a couple of questions. As far as you mentioned, if there's a change to an emission point or emission unit within 50 feet of a property line, there's a requirement to review if that unit can be moved? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I guess what type of review, what type of documentation would be required? What would you guys be looking for? I'm thinking specifically pigging operate. So, if we've got something over near the side of the fence that's
Right.
permitted within our facility, so a pigging operation. So can you explain a little bit on that? And as far as the quarterly, I guess, walk down, walk through for a leak
Physical-
check? Yeah, physical inspection.
Okay.
And that's quarterly, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this may be going, which we do, but for documentation purposes, if I find myself lacking in documentation for internal purposes, but if I get, say, a weekly report from an environmental investigator with you guys that's coming by and shooting my facility and saying, hey, we didn't find anything, hey, we didn't find anything, does that count?
That TCQ went out and didn't find anything?
Yeah.
This is something that the company should be doing. This is
Sure, and we are, but I'm just saying, if I find myself without documentation at some point down the road, but I'm getting a report from you guys every week that you're coming out with a FLIR camera and sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, is that adequate? I mean, would that documentation count, I guess would be my question.
Well, there should be, and this is something both under 106.8 already, as well as the new record, or the more specific, detailed record keeping that was explicit in the new rule. There needs to be a record of when that inspection was done, maintained at the site or at another site that has operational control. So there should be some record that someone at the company went out and looked.
Sure, okay, that answers that.
There's just something to back it up, say, hey, yeah, we did this on these days, at least on that frequency.
Right, and we do our twice-a-day walk-arounds regardless.
So, I mean, if you're already doing that, that's fine.
Yeah, and as far as I guess what you would look for on potentially moving equipment, I guess I'm a little unclear on.
Obviously, a well couldn't be moved. I mean,
Sure.
you drilled it, it's there. I mean, you make a change to it. We're not going to tell you, oh, well, shut that well down, re-drill it 50 feet away. I mean, that's obvious. Pigging operation, though, is, we're talking like a pig catcher potentially that's near. So the consideration would be, is it possible for the company to add some additional piping to move the pig catcher farther away from the line? What would that entail? Is it reasonable? Is there even a spot where you can do it? I mean, obviously, if you'd have to it's between the fence line and our tank battery, and, we'd have to, 100 extra yards of piping in order to put it somewhere where it's now usable again, and it's going to cost us $50,000, we might go, it's up to you to make that argument. It's going to be up to
Okay.
the company to make the argument that, that's
Is there
above
is there a dollar threshold, though? I mean, anything can be argued on the grounds of safety. I mean, you don't want to move a pig receiver launcher into the middle of, closer to your process if you can avoid it, because
Right.
you don't want to.
Explosion and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
A better example of a case where you might decide to move a source is like, say you have an existing tank within 50 feet, and then over time, it comes time to replace it because it's not as physically sound anymore. Then at that time, you build the new tank to replace it. Then you could evaluate and move that tank farther away. In that case, it wouldn't be really adding a new cost. But what we're looking for would be more of your justification. Why is this reasonable? Why is it not? And at least initially, we're going to be kind of looking at more on a case-by-case type basis because we haven't seen this yet before. And over time, based on what we've seen, there may be some sort of guidelines published. But at this point, it's sort of like, make your best case. Why? If it's really only saving 0.1 tons per year for $2 million, maybe not. But if it's going to have a much bigger potential, or so kind of evaluate, and then we'll be in touch.
That's what we pay engineers for.
In regard to the pig launchers, as is asking, that most cities require us to put them around the property line or outer property line, which puts them closer to potentially homes. So, I mean, we're kind of in a conflict of...
So this is a local or a city rule?
City.
Well, it has... So, and this would be an existing site probably in this case,
Yes.
right? Well, as long as it's unchanging, then you're still under the old 352, and you don't have to worry about the new 50-foot requirement. If there's something at the site that, again, like a new well comes in, increases throughput and potential emit, then at that time, you'd look at the distance requirement. Now, this would be an existing thing within the 50 feet, so you wouldn't necessarily have to move it. It kind of comes down to that evaluation process that we went over with the last commenter. And if there's a local rule that actually, in most cases, takes precedence over state rules. So
they do?
Yes. You have to at least meet TCQ rules. If the local city or air pollution control program implements a rule that's more stringent, that takes precedence.
Okay. So if you have a tank battery site, pad site, pipeline existence, pig launchers, et cetera, development comes your way, they build homes up against you within 50 foot.
Okay.
What happens then?
So you have an existing site, right?
Yes, sir.
And then new building comes in. Originally, when you constructed the site, you looked at distance issues. New site okay, so let me back up. This is a site under an old 352, new construction comes in. At the time you now make a change that causes emissions to increase, new facility, for that new addition or the change in emissions at the site, you would look at the property line and do impacts. If it's within, I don't think there are very many cases when it's actually within 50 feet for a new house, but because there should be an easement, which is done by the local area. Yeah. In that case,
I mean, usually things that if people move in on you, it's, we kind of assume that they've moved in knowing what their neighbors are. I know that there's some flaw in that, and people always claim that, they didn't know. At any time you would make a change, though, it's just the project that you're doing at that site that would be considered and have to look at the new. Because before they moved in and there was a set existing amount of emissions, if you make a change at that site, after those houses have moved in, it's now new emissions that weren't considered before. And so we have to look at that increase in emissions and their potential effect on what's surrounding. But if you don't ever change anything, they came in after you had already built.
So in that
So it's kind of like
scenario-
it's kind of a who was there first situation.
So that's where it's important to know when to
Yes,
start
but in that
construction.
scenario, then you would want to go to the max.
And
When they get ready to complain, you're already permitted.
And it's also something to factor in when you're potentially looking at a new site, what you want to lease as your property.
As you what?
Well, going back to those property line discussions earlier for new sites, you might want to consider what you lease as your property at the time of construction. Because that,
your surface.
you can prevent some of them.
Well, I mean, at that time, those homes are already in your lease. They're already.
Yeah, for existing, yeah, you can't.
Already in your
Right,
property
for
line.
existing sites, that's not a possibility, but for future construction.
No, but I'm saying if they're already within your property line today, residential subdivision.
I'm confused how they would be within your property line, because you would own up to the border, right? There shouldn't be a subdivision inside your surface lease.
Sure.
Well, no, because we're looking at what is leased on the surface. If they're homeowners on the surface that own their property and you don't have common control over that part, that is not part of your property. If you're talking about below-ground leases, the mineral rights isn't what determines the lease. We're talking, this is again the surface area we're looking at. Now, if you have a specific agreement with a house owner on the surface that makes that part of your property, then maybe, but not generally for subdivisions.
So everything has to be within 50 foot away
From another piece of property over which you don't have common control of. So, say I live in the Spring Branch neighborhood and there's no agreement between the company and that neighborhood, then that's not part of the property.
So you're back to the pad side.
Sorry?
Yes, potentially you could be back to the pad site. That's why, and I think we need to revisit it because actually the regional people, when we were talking about this, they actually understood a question, I think, differently than I did. And so I actually wanted to revisit this. We're looking at what agreements you've made on the surface when it comes to your property line. What have you agreed to lease on the property? Is it the whole ranch, or is it just the pad site that's on top of it? It has to do with what agreement you came when it came to the surface, not what agreement you came to when it's the mineral underneath it.
Yeah.
If you bought the pad side or you had a surface use agreement on the pad side, then
that would be your property.
That's your property line.
Yeah. But there are some cases, and we've discussed this actually with some people in West Texas, sorry, it's not the Barnett Shale, but where their actual surface agreement is the ranch on the surface. And so, it's really just a variety of situations, and that's kind of one of the things, the challenges, if you will, that we had in writing this rule is making sure that some guys are going to just get the pad site, and some people are going to get the whole ranch.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Levi Poe, and I had a question or clarification on the vapor combustion BMP section. I believe when I read the rule that you had to claim the 90 to 98%. You had the option of the 1400 degrees for a half second or 60.18.
I know that's in there for the flare and thermal oxidizer.
But I just noticed on your slide and then on the handout, there's an actually separate bullet that says vapor combustors must meet 60.18. So it kind of contradicts itself potentially in the
Can I see?
in the handout. Sure.
Oh, yes. There's two options there. There's an option depending on if you're claiming that percentage, you can do the 60.18 or the other requirements there. There's two.
Okay, so to clarify, you do have
Yes.
either option to get the 98%.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
I thought you were talking about VRU, so that's different. Okay.
Great. And then the other question I have around vapor combustors is to claim something more than 98, let's say 99.2.
Okay.
The rule talks about doing stack testing and
Right.
having that requirement. My question is, if a manufacturer has provided stack testing documentation for this piece of equipment, not necessarily at your location,
Okay.
would that be potentially acceptable to claim the increased efficiency?
Initially, yes, at time of construction. Now, to continue claiming that over time, you'd have to have subsequent testing done to make sure it maintains that over time. But when you do, so like you'll have the notification if it's a new site. That's just saying, hey, I'm going to build this site here. This is what I think my level is for standard permit.
Yes?
When you come back in for the post-construction registration, that would be a supporting document to include in there to say, this is what the manufacturer shows. These are the conditions under which it was tested. This is why it's representative of the site where I'm using it. And then you can claim that efficiency. And then over time, you'd have to do the periodic testing to ensure it doesn't degrade over time.
Okay, is that prescribed on what frequency?
Yes, it's in Table 9.
In the tables?
Or 9? Okay, Table 9. And that's the other thing with the PBR and standard permit tables. The numbering in both matches up. Standard permit has a Table 10 for BACT, which isn't PBR sites aren't subject to, but otherwise the numbering there is consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Still confused on the 50-foot. So, all pipelines, big launchers have to be 50 foot from the property line?
New ones.
New ones?
Yes.
Tank batteries, 50 foot from the property line?
Right. Sour or sweet? I mean, it's 50 feet, period. Yeah. Unless it's a safety or isolation valve, and then in those cases they can be closer.
But whenever you have a large lease and you're running your pipeline lines, it's very hard to do that. When I say,
give me an example of what you're talking
well,
about.
I mean, you've got a 25-foot right-of-way along the exterior of a property. You run your pipeline and your pig launcher and all in. And then you going to go out there and ask the service owner for another 50 foot to put a pig launcher.
Okay.
Or scoot over 50 foot for the pipelines, what you're telling me in the future.
Well, now it's the emission point, right? I mean, it's the point where the emission comes out. So, I mean, there are pipelines all over the state that are underground as long as they're not emissions.
Okay.
It's not mandating that the pipe anywhere in the state is 50 feet. It's the emission point where that source comes out. Does that
okay?
That help?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the exception might be, if other design protocols for a pipeline that are required by a railroad commission, those would apply. We're not talking, that's separate. Is that? Yeah, I mean, we're focusing on our area of emissions. There's other rules out there that govern how pipelines are constructed, and that's not our purview. So, I mean, there could be other things there. I don't want to get caught in that, but.
Well, that's where it's kind of complicated.
Yeah, but we're looking at the emissions, though. But.
And we probably would consider that to be one of those times where you come back and you're like, well, I have this other rule, in which case I have to meet, and therefore it's unreasonable for me to make this change. Okay.
Any more?
Okay, this goes back to one of the first sections that you covered earlier this morning. On your slide, you mentioned that certification was recommended. possibly required whenever you're using controls. So my question is it only when emissions at the site would otherwise be over the PBR limits without the controls, or major source levels?
If you can meet the emission limits and the impacts without claiming the control, there's no need to certify. But if you need that control in order to meet the emission limits and impacts, you'll need to certify.
Okay, and if you have a control requirement, say for engines under 117, you would still need to evaluate against the other permit by rule.
Yeah, you'll need to take it to
without
Chapter 117, yeah, theirs,
Irregardless of whether 117 makes you control to a certain level?
right.
Okay, thank you.
Any more? You want to say anything before breaking then? Okay.
Wow, y'all must really want a long lunch. I thought that you'd have us cornered and you'd be asking us a lot more questions, so I kind of allotted a little bit more time, but we've kind of reached a break in where what we were going to talk about this morning and what we were planning on talking about this afternoon. Again, you know, this has been a great discussion. I know that there's still a lot of questions out there. This was just really meant to be an introduction for you guys, because I think that you're going to have a lot more questions for us as you really start to get into it, and we're going to be there. And if need be, we're more than happy to have this type of forum again and then really kind of dig into more of the nitty-gritties of this rule, you know, as things come up and as you consider things. So just know that, you know, we're here and we're trying to help you guys. I am going to say this: if you have a question before you ask us, you might want to check the background document, because a lot of answers to your questions are actually in the background document. It is in a format where you should be able to word search, and, you know, hopefully, as opposed to trying to sit down and go through the whole 900-page document for just that one short answer. So that is out there, but other than that, the staff in this section are more than happy to help. We've been trying to do a lot of things to give you guys guidance, give you guys tools, and help you out. And so that's just that. The next session starts at 12:45. Have a great lunch.
Test, test. All right, I hope everyone had a good lunch. I thought we'd go ahead and get started. All right, so in this half of the day, we're going to go ahead and discuss the oil and gas spreadsheet and everything that we developed for it. And then we'll get into the protectiveness evaluation spreadsheet. We'll go from there. So this is actually the spreadsheet. You can find this spreadsheet on our homepage. If you go to the announcements page for the new rule, it's on there. You can actually download it if you like. We'll go through each individual sheet real quick to kind of give you an idea of what to expect. This is not the final iteration. This is just kind of still a rough draft. The final iteration won't be available until around April 1st when the new rule is effective. So this first sheet you can see here, when I went over the steps, the first step I told you was going to be to gather your information. The second step was going to be to find the appropriate sheet that's applicable to the information you want to address. And that's, so let's say the first part you want to do would be facility information. Here you'll go ahead and enter in your company name, field name. Let's see if y'all can see that better.
Can you increase that some more?
Some more? Okay. All right, sorry about that. I'm sorry? Yes, there was a circular reference error in the first initial document. That's been fixed. The one that's on the web now should be updated. All right, so you go ahead and enter in the information in the yellow boxes, facility name, company name, and so forth. You can actually pick which, I guess if you're going to register under PI7, PI7 cert, APD cert, this is where you'll put in your site information such as your throughput values. Is the gas sweet or sour, yes or no? Is the site operational and producing, and has the registration been, has the site been registered before? Most of this information should mirror what you put into your e-permitting system, which we'll go over later. And as you scroll down, you'll see, you'll put in your equipment processes on site. Whatever you put into this cell, we're going to try to mirror it so that if you say you have 5 engines, then 5 engine sheets will pop up. That way it's all automated. You don't have to worry about anything. And then lastly, on this sheet, you'll see all the counties that are applicable to Chapter 115, Chapter 117, East Texas combustion. These are all the federal standards that might apply to the site. We just put a list out here so that y'all can know what potentially could be of concern for your site, I guess. Pretty simple and straightforward. We also formatted it so it's print friendly. So what you can do is when you're done with all this, you can just hit print and it'll print out each individual sheet. And that way it comes out all nice and neat for you. Next we'll get into the site-wide gas liquid analysis. First thing we want to know is where was the sample taken. It's important for us to know exactly which part of the process you took your sample from. Who analyzed the sample? We'd like to know which company you used. That way we can confirm with them anything that might come up in the future. And then when the date of the sample was taken, actually. In this sheet, you can actually, let me zoom in a little more. So here's your gas analysis. You'll go ahead and put the mole weight percent from your lab analysis into these boxes. And whenever you put in a value, all right, so I went ahead and put just a few values in here. You can see it totals at the bottom. Anything you leave blank, don't worry about it. You don't have to put 0 if you don't want to. As you can see, it'll fill in accordingly. And then we're going to set it up so that you can normalize the results if you need to. When you put in the value, you see your results over here. Let's see. So this particular site, H2S content of 10 parts per million. And then your VOC content, I hadn't filled that in, so let's see what we get when we fill that in. All right, so the VOC content for this particular part, I guess, is 4 weight percent. So this can carry over into the rest of the project. And I'll show you where that's actually referenced later. So this particular site comes up as sweet, you can see here. And it gives you your VOC content of total gas sample, your VOC content of your hydrocarbon fraction only, and then your benzene content if you need that as well. We also have a liquid analysis here you can fill in as well. And it'll tell you, for your liquids, it'll tell you the VOC weight percent, and then it'll tell you the long tons of sulfur per day, dependent upon the million standard cubic feet for your site. Yeah?
Is that a pressurized liquid center, or is that just atmospheric?
It should be pressurized.
So you guys spotting it for pressure?
We're actually still figuring that part out, but it'll be added. All right, next is our produced water sheet. This sheet looks like a mess, and it's really just plug-in. It's really just a plug-in sheet. Sorry. Up here, we kind of show you what methods we're willing to accept right now. You can do direct measurement, process simulator, equilibrium, and so on and so forth. And for the programs, you'll just plug in what you need. So you'll see on here, for direct measurement, you'll just need to identify your tank, the throughput for that tank, stream identification, where it's actually coming from. All this is information you're going to put in. The results it'll give you based on what you entered, but it's all just plug in. The ones that change are going to be if you start using our calculators. So, for example, the Vasquez-Biggs method. Here's for Vasquez-Biggs if you need to calculate flash emissions. You can enter in the information accordingly. There is a range, so we'll tell you if the numbers you're adding are within the constraint. So, for example, this goes with our guidance. Right now, the guidance for Vasquez-Biggs is it has to have an API value of less than 40 to be acceptable. So when you put in any value greater than 40, it'll highlight red, meaning it's unacceptable. So you can, let's see. There you go. And then this is going to be individual tanks, so you can do one tank. If you have multiple tanks, it'll expand out, and then your results will come down here based on whatever you put in. And you'll have a pound per hour total. So that's if you're going to use our calculator.
This still only applies to you?
Well, you can use the spreadsheet for new or old facilities. It's really a tool just for your assistance if you need it. But we are requiring it for the e-permitting system if you're choosing to use that system.
So you have to go back and put that for all of your facilities? Or does it look like you had a historical thing just for the ones that were already out there and were operating? Is that right?
Right. If you have a historical site that's already operating, you don't need to worry about this. Okay. All right, so that's pretty much the sheet, and then you're going to get the results based on whatever you put in down here, and you just reference the result as needed. Oil and condensate sheet's the same. Miscellaneous tank sheet. Oh, sorry, I need to say one quick thing about the produced water sheet. Whatever you claim, if you're going to take the 1% that we allow, you just want to add that to your control efficiency here. So whatever your results are, just go ahead and put 99% control. That way, it'll calculate out the 1% for you. Heaters and boilers, real simple sheet. You'll put in your million BTU per hour content for the heater and or the rating for the boiler. So let's say 500,000. You pick which kind of unit you have, which rating it is. So in this case, it'd be below 100 million BTUs per hour. This one's uncontrolled. There is a controlled, which affects the NOx value, and there is also a controlled, which affects the low NOx burner value. And whenever you pick one of these, it'll adjust the NOx factor used in the calculation. So in this case, we'll do uncontrolled. You'll see it's 100. If I change the value, it drops to 50. So all these factors are based on what we've gotten from AP42. So we've done all the hard part for you. Then it'll give you a result based on when you fill out the rest of the cells. And these are your results. Yes. Sorry? The vendor's data for the rating? Or? And you sampled for that, I guess? Or are you just saying the vendor gave you that information and said it should be under this value?
Well, if I get, burners data,
Mm-hmm.
with some, I don't burn on BTUs, like, some kind of that accounted for, I guess, go about that.
Well, basically the spreadsheet was developed for people who may not have access to that information, and so we are going to add a question in here that's basically, do you want to reference this or do you want to reference your own? And depending on how you answer that, it'll adjust the sheet accordingly. Does that answer your question? What?
You will be able to use it.
Well, what he's saying
There's
is,
some things that, we're still working on this, so if you see something like that, just comment so we can make those adjustments. Because I think there may be something that we could do to allow you to put in your own NOx rate.
you had a question?
Yeah, I was wondering on, because a lot of these, the 42 factors are based on, I think, a 10, 20 BTU per standard cubic foot. If your gas analysis, when the part that you enter on the first page, where you put in your gas composition, if it ends up with a BTU value that's way different, is this going to compensate? Are your factors being compensated for?
It's not set up that way right now, but I think what you're saying is obviously valid, so if you could just write that out to us. Because we can only go with what we know, and so if you're saying that you have
Well, that's in AP 42. You're supposed to adjust AP 42 for your people. I mean, it's a standard thing. So, I mean, I assume that's what y'all would want it to do.
And remember that this current spreadsheet is right now currently out for comments because this is where we started from. This doesn't have to be where we end at. This is just where we start from. So if you see that we've missed a step or we've left something out, I mean, that's why we're still in comment period, is because.
Well, no, ultimately, the tool is for you.
Yeah.
And if you want to use it, and you want to use it the way that is best for you, then you need to just let us know what we need to change.
Well, I mean, you're saying we have to use it. We're going to use e-permitting. So,
Well,
so we want to make sure that it's.
Actually, let me clarify that. It is not required. It is encouraged. And you are more likely to be audited if you do not use the spreadsheet. Well, because, so let me take a step back. I mean, within this spreadsheet, we've done things, we've put in calculations that we as a division have already vetted and approved. And so we know that you're using the preferred method. That's not to say it's the only method, and we understand that because there's always something better and new coming out. And that's why we know that we're going to have to make adjustments to the spreadsheet, because there are going to be other better and newer things coming out. But we know right now that this has all the things that, as a division, we've already vetted it and agreed with. And so if you use something different, it doesn't mean that we don't agree. It just means that we haven't looked at it and it hasn't gone through the same rigorous inspection that everything else has. And so at that point, if you use something else, then we want to look at it and make sure that we do concur and that we think that you've done it right. Because it's also the due diligence on our part to make sure that we have somehow not led you astray in thinking that you've done your emission calculations right when we potentially could disagree. Because then we're wrong for not helping in that regard.
Another way to look at this is, I mean, this is really just, it's kind of a preferred method to kind of keep that record. But understanding that, you know, if you're going to do direct measurement, I understand you plug that data in there, but the real proof of how direct measurement is done, whichever company did that direct measurement, that's where the proof of the data finally lies. You might have to go back to their program, you know, if you wanted to investigate whether or not they can do this thing. And with these direct measurement, I know you prefer that, but you can make mistakes with direct measurement as well. People can make mistakes with that as well.
Right.
But another way to look at this is kind of the record package that will kind of get you where you want to go when it comes to permitting. And then the preference is the permitting wants to do it as is. You can use some of the calculations that the sheet will do for you, or you can use other ones.
Yes.
To be able to support it.
Yes. For example, if you're using Promax, Promax should do everything for you. So we wouldn't expect that you would necessarily use both. But if you wanted to, I guess, verify some of the information, you could by using both tools. All right, so the glycol unit sheet is, it's all just plug in. We only ask questions that we felt were important to determining the control efficiency for that unit. And the actual GlyCalc program that you'll use to calculate your emissions will need to be submitted. If you answer these questions, it should be sufficient, but when you submit the program to us, based on how you use the program, we'll allow you to claim up to, I guess, 100% control efficiency, depending upon the parameters in which you use the GlyCalc program, which is something that we're going to be sending out to everybody. So as long as you operate the program within that range, we'll deem it acceptable. Amine unit's the same way. So I'll skip over that one. The engines tab is where things get a little long, I guess. So here's the engine sheet. It's going to ask you questions like county, region. All these questions are to help with figuring out which, I guess, state standards you're applicable to. And then it'll ask you things like existing or new source, installation date. Installation date is something that's very important when trying to determine the federal standards for Quad J, Quad Z applicability, things like that. Manufacturer's information, model number, all that should be on your manufacturer's specification sheets. The application is important. Gas compression, electric generation, refrigeration, all that's going to be on here. Ignition timing, is it fixed or variable? That's important in determining your emission rate. Over here you can select your stack height. This would be important in referencing your protectiveness evaluation. You can go back and reference this cell in order to determine which part of the table is applicable to you. Here's any control information. Do you happen to have a catalyst of some sort? Fuel type, fuel consumption value, and then, of course, the federal standards that might apply to you. You'll just pick which one you think is applicable. Once you put in your horsepower range, fuel consumption value, your operating hours per year, and then the engine type. If it's rich burn, more than likely it might need a catalyst, so that's a situation where that might be an audit issue. In this case, we'll do a 4-stroke lean burn engine. If you want to just reference your AP42 factors, you don't have to put anything in, but if you want to use the manufacturer's emission factor, you can add that as well. And the cells know which ones to pick from if it needs to. And depending on what you put in, it'll give you your results. If you have a control of some sort, be sure to put in the percentage of which that control is. Sometimes it's in a percent, and sometimes it's in a gram per horsepower per hour rate, so you just pick which one. Let's say it has 90% control, so it reduces your emissions accordingly.
If you had stack test data, could you use that on the front end? And I'm sure the proposal on that is that acceptable, or would you rather see?
I was going to say, if y'all could still come to the microphone, I kind of just got prodded that we're being webcast, they can't hear you. So,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Thank you, sir.
And I'm Byron Chandler with ConocoPhillips. As far as using stack test data, if when you have that, how would you use that in this situation? Could you just use that data for your
Yes.
initial numbers?
It's all your input, so really you can put whichever value you want. If you want to reference your stack test data, you can put that here instead.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you expected us to use it there or to use kind of the control, calculate the control efficiency, then plug it in.
Well, we like to see you, it's kind of like elementary school, we like to see you show your work.
See them show them work, okay.
So if you could, we'd like to see what's the before and what's the after. So.
Okay, good.
All right, turbines is the same thing. The only thing that's really changed in the turbine sheet is the federal and state applicability standards, a few of the control information, stuff like that. All right, fugitives is a big one. So do you remember what I said at the beginning where we had a lab analysis information put in? You can, if you like, you can use your lab analysis to take your reduction on your fugitives. It's referenced up here. If you like to, you can pull that down. So your VOC weight percent, if you want to use your lab analysis, you'll just plug it into these boxes under your VOC weight percent. If not, you can choose whatever percentage you want, just as long as you can back it up. Most people claim the weight percent off their analysis, but you can claim 100% if you want. In this situation, you'll put in the valves, number of valves you have, number of pump seals, connectors, flanges, and so forth. Put in the corresponding weight percent you want to use. Any control efficiencies you might be claiming will be in this box over here. And then you'll have your results at the bottom. Once you're done with the sheet, all your results will come out in a total. You'll have your uncontrolled total, and then you have your controlled total. So you can see here that if I used 100%, I would have gotten 0.48 tons per year, but because I used the 4%, I have only 0.02 tons per year. So that's another situation where we like to see you show your work, I guess. All right, here's the flare sheet. This one's put the flare name, flare EPN, what kind of device is this? It'll ask you, is it non-steam assisted flare with high BTU content, a non-steam assisted flare with low BTU content? Is it steam assisted with high, and is it steam assisted with low? Whichever factor you choose, it'll adjust the NOx and CO factor accordingly. And then you just answer the questions as it goes through. Is there one or more pilots for this stream? So if you have a situation where you have multiple tanks that are venting to a flare, you just want to answer the question accordingly. When you get down here, this is where you'll put each individual unit that's actually being vented to the flare. So here we have an example. We have a pilot and then an added fuel stream of some sort. This could be, let's say, one of your tanks. You'll put in the expected hourly volumetric flow rate for that unit, the amount of time the stream is being fired in hours per year, and then your maximum expected annual volumetric flow rate in standard cubic feet per year, and then the heating value of the stream that's actually being vented. On this side, you'll answer the questions corresponding to how many flare burner tips does the unit have, what is the diameter of the flare burner tip, and then what is the flare burner tip surface area. And then based on that information, it'll tell you how much, what your emissions are from each source, both in a pound per hour and a ton per year. This is a real important situation for audit because depending on, let's say you have a certain throughput for your tanks, they should match. The throughput coming out of your tank should match what's actually being vented to your flare, if it's all being vented to your flare. So in this situation, we'd look at this and say, okay, it's a certain flow, the flow is hot enough to combust it at a certain control efficiency, and then it equals what they're getting out. So then we don't have any worries. But if we start seeing a large number of flow, but it's not hot enough, then there's obviously an issue. And then you'll have your controlled emissions if you have any controls. And then this last cell will show you your total emissions to carry over. Thermal oxidizer is the same sheet, just different factors. Next is loading. Loading is going to be an hourly and an annual. So you'll go ahead and put in your factors accordingly. The hourly should be, I guess hourly should be your worst case situation in an hour, and then you have your annual, which is different. And based on what you put in, it'll give you a result. You can put in any control efficiencies here. Some people claim control efficiencies. They have a VRU, they're loading, and they can connect their trucks to a VRU of some sort. Or they have a specific kind of truck that they're using that maybe has a control efficiency lotted in with it. And we explain that all in this little pop-up. It'll explain that according to AP 42, you're only allowed to claim a certain level of control as long as you meet certain standards, whether they be MACT or NSPS testing. This is for MSS. It's a real simple sheet. You just go ahead and put in the number of events per hour, number of events per year. Enter the volumetric flow rate per event cell is referenced from the, from the standard cubic feet per second, which is referenced from this long complex formula. But I don't want to get into that. But anyway, you can use this to get into your to figure out your MSS for your site. And then we also have one calculator for engine blowdowns, pipe purging, and tank degassing. MSS from these particular events are strongly dependent upon velocity and the diameter of the pipe, and then the temperature of the gas being vented. And then lastly, we have your summary sheet. So based on all the information you put in, it'll populate your summary. And your results for your site will be down here at the bottom, and you'll know real quick which level is applicable to you. Any questions? Yes?
Should we state what you said about the
Ma'am, I'm sorry, we have to, sorry. It's not on. There's a. No, you're fine. Just the switch next to it.
The toggle switch. Yeah, there you go.
I perhaps misunderstood, but could you restate what you said about the installation date in reference to determining Quad J or Quad C?
Sure. According to, the engines tab here says the installation date. Well, according to Quad J and Quad C rules, the applicability of MAC Quad Z or NSPS Quad J is all dependent upon when the engine was actually brought onto the site.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought that had to do with its manufacture date.
Sorry, manufacture date. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Okay. So then what are you asking for on installation date? That's specifically what it says, exactly what it says, the date it was installed.
Right.
Where is your manufactured date?
It's right here. Sorry.
Okay.
There you go. Sorry.
That's partially because you may install a Quad J engine, or you may not install a Quad J engine at a site post-manufacture, when it's applicable to Quad J, and that's just, that way it's real clear, you know, which one you are and which one you aren't. But yes, it is manufacturer date. Or rebuild.
Rebuild date, sorry. Okay. So instead of questions, how about suggestions?
And again, like I said, this is really up for comment, and the comment period on this is February 28th, so any improvement that you think that we can make, wow, we would love your comments back on that, so.
You can email them if you like. You can, I mean, there's really no format, I guess, per se. You could just... Yeah, I'm pretty much the lead on the spreadsheet, so you can email me if you like. I've kept up correspondence with most everyone right now. So. But is there anything that really sticks out that people aren't sure about, or... We have these little tabs in here, and you'll see they kind of give you a little hint as to what we're looking for. So in this case, this one says county. We want you to verify if the county is in a non-attainment area or the East Texas combustion area for additional NOx emission limits. So we have little tabs that pop up to let you know what exactly we're looking for. So. Okay, so the only other sheet we have after this is the impacts evaluation sheet. So all your results that you've tabulated from here into your summary will then go into your impacts evaluation spreadsheet. And basically the sheet does all the math and just spits you out an answer and says you're level 1, you're level 2, or your standard permit. Then it takes your information and lets you know at which unit might be throwing you into those levels in case you want to adjust accordingly. So if you find that I'm only in level 2 because of an engine, then maybe you can go back and figure out a way to control those emissions so that you fall into a lower level, I guess. Oh, and then also to let you know if you have to certify or not. So. Any other questions?
Level 0? Is it going to tell us level 0?
It'll, level 0 in the new PBR is really, it's in section C4, and it's really based on a criteria of, I guess, the condition at that site. So it's really based on a number, for example, one of them is based on the number of valves that you're claiming in your wellhead. So really, the emission calculation spreadsheet is not designed to tell you that part because it's really based on the conditions of the site, not the emissions. And actually, the first thing I would do in any project is go to C4 and real quick read the exclusions and say, do I even have to waste my time with any of this when I can just read that and say, oh yeah, my site fits these criteria, done. But if you can't meet C4, then you go on to the next levels. Well, once again, please review it, go through it, be as critical as you can. It doesn't do us any good if we send it out and, you know, it's not to your liking. So please, anything that you want to say, please say it. All right, so I guess we'll go on to the next part. So, yeah.
Talking a little bit more about e-permitting and the system that's out there for you guys to permit in your pajamas, as we like to do it. Hey, I mean, if you can do it, why not? Don't go into the office like that. I'm not encouraging you to go into the office like that. This is strictly for home use. So I was hoping that we'd actually get a chance and I could show you what the e-permitting system is. Unfortunately, I'm not getting an internet connection in here, and so without being able to get on the internet, I can't go in and show you about what it is. I will say that the 2 notifications were supposed to go online today, and I have not heard to the contrary, so those should be in there. You should be able to go out and start using both the historical notification and the new project notification. And again, I'm just going to go briefly back over historical notification, core data, what authorization are you claiming, either PBR or historical standard exemption. There will be a pick list from it, anywhere from, and depending on what the rule was in the book, you'll see a date range out there. So the start of construction needs to be known for that site, because that will tell you which standard exemption 666, which PBR are you under, because you'll actually get a pick list, and all the choices will have a date next to them so you know what it is and which one you should be under. Lease name, well number, latitude and longitude. There is no fee for doing this historical notification. And again, it's due January 1st, 2013, so a little less than 2 years to kind of gather this information and put it. The good thing about it is once you go in, you've got your CN, you're in central registry, there's a lot of the fields that get pre-populated. So once you've done it once, you can go in and it'll actually pre-populate a lot of your company information. So really the things that you're going to have to do for each site is going to just be the things that are unique to it, the physical address, the lat long, and what rule you're claiming. So really, although there's some pages that you have to fill out, a lot of it will get pre-populated past the first time. When we kind of timed it out, and people who are familiar with it, 15 minutes. So it really should take you too long to do it. Pre-construction, again, that's the other notification. Core data, what level you think you're going to be under, and of course we understand this is a best guess at this moment. You kind of will have an idea of what the well is going to do, what the site's going to do, and what's going to come through it, and so you'll have some basic design information, the process description, what you're anticipating doing at that site, lease name, well number, latitude and longitude. It's a $25 fee if you're a small business, a $50 fee for all others. Oh, what is it? What defines you as a small business? Less than 100 employees and less than $6 million gross. Hopefully the registration should be out there May, May, I guess actually is the right way to say that. And again, you'll be able to do the actual registration of the site through e-permitting too. And when you do that, you can do it through, until it's up, until it's up, you can do paper notification. You can also do paper notification if the e-permit system is down for less than 24 hours, but other than that, you really should be using e-permit, or if you're somewhere where you don't have internet access. But we kind of expect those to be limited, unless you're apparently here in the Tarrant County Commissioner's Court. Apparently we're too middle of the building to get anything. Either through paper or through e-permit, we're going to ask for the same information. We've we're actually redoing a lot of the checklists. We're combining a lot of things. So you'll have a lot less sheets to fill out if it's paper-wise, because it's the same thing through e-permitting. You really will only have to fill it out once. It goes to central registry and it's going to pre-populate post that. You'll need to give us your emission calculations, any gas liquid analysis, any impacts reviews that you did, any supporting documentation, If you use one of the process simulators, any test data that you have, you would want to attach that to the system. And what will happen is at the end, there'll be a whole bunch of spots for you to go in and be able to attach things and put them in with the e-permitting system. So not only will it be a copy of what you actually did and how you answered the questions, but any of the information that you would typically submit right now with a folder to us. When you register, when does this occur? 72 hours after the initial well test, or for level 1 within 180 days start of operation, or any of the implemented changes? When it's level 1, because we're encouraging for you to control down to level 1, we've cut all the fees in half, so you'll owe another $25 if you're a small business for a total of $50, or another $175 if you're other, for a total of $225. If you're level 2, you need to register within 90 days. And then the fee goes up to what you're used to seeing for a PBR, $75 for small business to bring you up for a total of $100, or $400 for everyone else for a total of $450. Standard permit, same thing. Again, the standard permit, you've got 90 days to come in and actually register the site. $475 fee for small business, and somehow I don't think that's right. I will have to double check, but it should bring you up to, it should be $425 for a total of $450, and $850 for a total of $900. So, and then for standard permits, for those of you that have standard permits, anybody that renews after 2015 will have to comply with the new standard permit. So. $50 if you're a small business in total, and $225 for other businesses. Again, the list of reasons to certify. There will be, through e-permitting, there'll be a spot where it'll come down and it'll say, do you need to certify? Have you done any of these things? You'll either do the certification, or if you don't need to certify, you'll get the option to just do the regular signature. It's just like the two forms we have now. We either have the PI-7 or the PI-7 cert. Depending on what your situation is, you'll pick one or the two spots on the e-permitting system as to which one applies to you. When it comes to the notification, what's going to happen is after you've gone in, you've entered your data, you'll sign the application, you'll pay fee if it's the new project notification, submit your application. It's an automatic approval. You'll get something back in the mail or back in your email that says, thank you, we got your notification, just kind of a quick thing, along with a copy of record and an approval letter. When it comes to, oh, okay, that was not what I was expecting. Manual applications, what will happen is it's the same thing like you usually do, and you'll have to wait the typical 45 days that it takes for somebody to go through, review it, concur, and issue you a letter in return. If you do registrations through e-permitting, what will happen is there'll be a point where you'll get a notification that says, yes, we see that you've submitted your application. Somebody will actually have to go in and generate a letter and profile we have to profile the documents to group-wise just like we do now. And so it'll kind of be a stop-start application, in which case you'll know that you get it, but probably within a couple of weeks, and I think we've set up to 30 days later, you may actually get an approval notification. And that allows us to go in, do any auditing that we do any proofing that we need to do, make sure that, if we have any questions, we can ask them. But it also allows us the opportunity to go ahead and profile those documents in group-wise and make them accessible to the public. And then you'll get the letter, either a deficiency letter or an approval letter. This is the internal side. The external side is, oh my goodness, hold on. Switch. We've created several help documents for you guys. One of the things that's going to happen is on our website, within the oil and gas PR, it's going to say, hey, before you even get into e-permits, depending on what you're going to do, here's the things that you need to gather, here's the information that you need to have. We're going to kind of help step you through and get you prepared to use the e-permitting system before you actually go in and do it, and that way you don't feel like, oh my gosh, you're trying to get, I got to go get that. We really want to try to make sure that you've got everything and to make it as seamless and flow as we can on your end. So again, a lot of you guys already have Steers accounts. It should be the same thing that you already have. Same account, same password. You're not creating anything new. If you don't have a Steers account because you've never had to go in and do emissions reporting, event reporting, you'll be able to go in, easily create yourself an account. It's a 5-minute interview. So that's kind of what will happen there. It's pretty easy for you to go in and do. There's the correct web page for the external users. You can go out, create a new account, and then select the program areas that you want. So that'll kind of give you that. The internal link that we have is, so if y'all have problems and you're stuck, there's the ability for us on our side to actually go in and see where you're at and see where you're stuck and help you. It'll also give the internal staff a chance to go in and review what you guys have to say, take a look at it, it's a copy of records. It allows us to go in and copy it off of the Steers information and into GroupWise so that information's out in the public profile. So we've created a help desk. So, I mean, we've tried to make it all as easy as we can for you. We've been creating a lot of fact sheets for you guys to help you out. Again, because it's Steers compliant, there's a signature agreement that you have to do. Let's see what else. So, what was the other? Again, this is just kind of a quick cheat sheet that we made for you guys. The historical notification, what's the rule citation, what important dates do you need to know, do you have to pay a fee for it, how do you do it, and basically when is it going to be available to you guys. And so I think that you should have this sheet within your grouping there. That's kind of just something to help you guys out to make sure that you know what you need to do. But the point is that hopefully with the e-permitting system is that y'all can do things and move at the rate that you need to move, because I know that for a lot of times it's something that you need to move a lot quicker than we move in Austin. And so the hope was that by creating this system that it moves on the timeline that you need it to move on. Because I know that in a lot of instances you guys have short deadlines that you're trying to get stuff out there and get it going. And that's kind of it. Just, does anybody have any questions about e-permitting, how it works, any information that you need for doing this? Thank you.
E-permits uses the Steers system, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said it takes about 15 minutes to fill out the forms for an e-permit.
For the historical notification.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it times out at 15 minutes.
Each page gives you 15 minutes. So, yeah, if there is a clock ticking up in the corner, and you've got 15 minutes to either fill out that page and move on to the next page, or it'll kick you out. But it's each page gives you 15 minutes.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So if you fill out the core data information and you hit next to go on to the next page to answer the next series of questions, you get another 15 minutes.
Okay, if it works that way, it might work.
Right. And that's why we put that cheat sheet together, is so that way when you come to it, you've got everything, and so you're able to move through it in a timely fashion, and it doesn't kick you out. Because, yeah, we're perfectly aware of the time limit that you have, and that's The intent is not to cause you any frustration by Steers'
Okay.
limitations.
Now, on the historical ones, we just fill out a core data form.
It's basically a core data form, and then we've kind of edited it. You don't need like all the information. There's some information on the core data sheet that if you were to fill out a paper that we haven't asked for. We've asked for the few other extra pieces of information like the latitude and longitude. Well, actually, that has it. The API lease number, I think, is not on there. And then, of course, what PBR standard exemption you're claiming. So.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, the other thing is, if you're, okay, in that one, we don't have to provide the calculations and everything like that. It's just the core data form.
Just the core data, there's no calculation.
Okay, but if you're like one of the zeros, it's just a wellhead, and you just normally just say, okay, core data form, and we don't have emissions over those thresholds.
On the level 0, we've already done, if you meet level 0, we've already basically done the calculations on the back end and done the emission impacts. That's why you don't need to do anything else. We figured out what we could allow that would still allow you to be under the level of the limits of the PBR and not create a situation of impacts.
Okay.
So we've already done that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Monty Ruckle with Texas Oil and Gas Association. Where does the permitting fee go? Does that go back to general revenue?
I'm not the person to ask.
Okay.
I'll find the answer out for you. I know some of the money gets kept within the agency, some of the money goes back to the state general revenue. That's as much as I know. I don't know how that all works out, but I will find that answer out for you. Mm-hmm. I wanted to go over one quick clarification for you guys. I think that I may have caused some additional confusion. The new rule is on the book come February 27th. So everybody who does anything after February 27th will be using the new oil and gas permit by rule. But everybody will be using subsection L, which is basically the current rule, repeated in the new rule. Come April 1st, everybody in the 23 counties of the Barnett Shale will now be applicable to A through K, the subsections that preceded in the rule. So there'll be a gap in time where you may be under the new rule, but really following the old requirements. So. What? Yeah, and just a reminder that everything's based off the start of construction, not whether or not when you submitted it. Sorry, they're prompting me over here. So, start of construction. It's again, there's a memo that's out there, and it's basically for all air permitting sources that we base it on the start of construction. And so that's when we look at what you're applicable to.
I just want to get clarification on what you just said. So if I construct a site, we'll just say March 1st, no engines, sweet gas site, under the old rule, I would not have to notify or register. I would just keep records. Will I have to register under this, what'd you say it was, subsection L of the new rule that has the old requirements, or do I not have to do anything?
You'll have to do the historical notification.
Okay.
The, hey, here I am.
And I'm explaining I'm meeting the old requirements under the new rule.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time and patience. I really appreciate the fact that you came today and that you're willing to listen to what we have to say, and then, as always, whatever feedback or questions or concerns that you have, please let us know. We're more than happy to address those. Y'all have a good afternoon.